Ka minui ki koutou, kia ora. Welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council for the 23rd of February. Welcome to my council colleagues on this, the anniversary of Councillor Benson Pope's birth. Welcome to my council colleagues and to staff. He stopped counting, and so should you. To the media and anybody at home watching this now or into the future, our meeting will be opened by Father Mark Chamberlain from the University of Otago's chaplaincy service.
Like in the Christian calendar, this time of the year, it's Lent, and often people think it's about giving up this or giving up that or doing something extra for others. But the original meaning in the Old English was to lengthen, to expand, and it's about realising that we've got all kinds of levels of our life, but deeply in the heart of us, in our core, we're open to this sacred mystery, and it's allowing that to continue to be nourished, and for us to each look after our own area of sacredness within. So let's pause for a moment. Lord, help us to keep working as council and for the good of others as we do, and to try and continue working as carefully as we can for the good of all involved in our region. And we pray for those who are working so hard and so diligently to respond to COVID-19 throughout our world. And pray for those receiving vaccine and the distribution of vaccine for this pandemic. We make our prayer through Christ Jesus.
There are no deputations to be made to the public forum, nor are there any apologies. I'll move that we confirm the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Declarations of interest. Any changes to be made to the interests register? Being none, I will move that Council note the elected members' interest register, confirms the proposed management plan for it, and notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team's interests. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Confirmation of minutes. I'll move that Council confirm the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 27th of January 2021 as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Part A, reports. Over on page 45 of your agenda. Item 7, the Council Forward Work Programme. Any questions? I'll move that Council note the updated Council Forward Work Programme as shown in attachment A. Seconded, Councillor Staines. Thank you. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 8, actions from resolutions of council meetings. I'll move that Council note the open and completed actions from resolutions of council shown in attachments A and B of your agenda. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 9, submission on the Water Services Bill. Mr. Drew and Mr. Dyer, welcome. by opening from either of you. Questions? Councillors. Councillor Lawfisel.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua. I just have one really quick minor question, and that's looking at the summary of considerations. Forgive my lapse of memory since the workshop when the roadshow came. The Māori advisory group to Taumata Arawai, does that have local mana whenua involved, or we don't know the structure of the Māori advisory group yet?
Sorry, I don't know the answer to that one. I can find out for you though.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. On page 7 of the submission, it says about the liability of elected officials, and it says that the Otago Southland councils may provide individual submissions on the bill in regard to this matter, and I wondered whether we were also planning on making an individual submission.
It's not our recommendation at this stage.
Your Worship, just a minor point, then a couple of questions. But on page 81, the Three Water Services Delivery Reform Program, I notice in the bottom left-hand corner it says in confidence. Is that now a public document?
Yes, it is now public.
Okay, cool. I also note in that particular document there does not seem to be a significant amount of public consultation before the formation of the new entity, and especially around the ownership. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, correct. But in the December Cabinet paper, there's a hat tip that the central government will lead a consultation process with the wider community. But the timing is
Doesn't
what
seem
sounds
to really be
realistic.
able to match in that particular flow diagram. Is that
Correct.
correct? Cool, thank you. I'm just not quite sure exactly where it is in the submission, but there's a mention of private water schemes. Would it be true that Hawkesbury Village scheme would be a typical of what the government is describing in that?
Yeah, that's correct. So there's a couple of examples. Hawkesbury Village would be one. Rockland's Rural Water Scheme would be another. We have a number around the city.
And the $15 million that the city got from the first tranche, was that 15 to us, or was that like 7 or 8 to us and then another 7 through the Otago scheme? Or something like that. Was that actually, that 15 is that broken into two, was that actually came from two sources, did it not?
So there was two streams of funding. Both were equal in proportion. So one was given to the Otago councils to determine what they do with that, and that was we received 7.84 million of that, and we also received 7.84 of another fund. So total we ended up with 15, but it came via a regional decision, and two straight from central government.
You have you done a calculation of per capita and area calculation to see where that 15 sits relative to the national allocation that was given to councils?
There was an allocation formula that took into account land area and population, and it was reasonably transparent.
So as a per capita, we got the same as Christchurch and Wellington and Auckland?
At per capita, we've probably got a little bit more than Christchurch, given our land area. The two things were taken into account.
And in the submission, I don't see much mention of stormwater. Is this simply because we're only really submitting on the water bill itself, and therefore we're only confining ourselves to fresh water, to drinking water?
Yeah, that's correct. So stormwater is not well traversed in this particular piece of legislation, but we expect it to be covered off in future service delivery legislation.
And then when we go back and look at the timeframe the government is proposing to move through, is it correct to saying that it looks like they're going to basically set up structures around ownership before they've resolved the stormwater ownership issue? If you look at page 81 again and looking specifically at, I can't remember the coloured line now, it's
I think the two will be
the Water
done.
Services Entity Bill. It looks like it's going to go through in April or May, and it does not look in that time flow that the other two waters have going to be resolved at the same time that bill goes through.
I believe the intention is that the one water, two water, three water question will be resolved, or at least some process given to considering that through that Water Services Entity Bill development.
In the next 10 weeks,
Yes.
given that it's February.
Yep.
Thank you. I think I've done with my questions.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Dyer, I'm sorry I didn't see this in here and I may have missed it, but the Three Waters office, it was implied that that was located down in Southland. Is that correct, or where will that be located?
It's located nowhere. It's a virtual office.
Oh,
So
okay.
the temporary program director is from Southland District Council. So it doesn't have a base per se. It's a virtual office.
Okay, thank you. And a tangential question but related. In light of the Danish research findings just announced yesterday and the Minister of the Environment's comments on national radio this morning around nitrates in the water, alongside this piece of work, are we expecting a revision of the drinking water standards?
Yes, yeah, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Those will be done under regulations as opposed to by legislation.
I believe so, and
They're not being actively considered as part of
not as a
what
part
we're
of this
submitting
bill.
on here. Yeah.
I guess it's just important to note this bill creates the legislative mechanism to enable Te Mata Arawai, the new regulated function. So it'll repeal the Part 2A of the Health Act, which delegates that regulation to the Ministry of Health. So this is the primary function of that bill.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thanks, Worship. Going back to Jim's page 81, looking at the timeline, it appears to me that although we entered this last December as a voluntary process, or last year, it was probably earlier in December, that we entered as a voluntary process and with no firm view that what would happen. It seems to me when I look at this overall that it does seem to be something that will be taken out of our hands regardless, and we will not get a say of much nature on the model of how it works or how the rating will work, or it just seems to be a piece of work that's going on regardless. Would that be a sort of fair comment?
Sounds political question to me, but
I nearly got an answer.
There will be a key decision point for councillors in September, December, with regard to participation in the reforms or not.
Do you think at that time, if council were of the desire that they did not want to engage at that point, do you think it is something that we would be able to actually step back from, or would the regulation happen regardless?
It's difficult to say, but the December Cabinet paper provides councils with the opportunity to opt out, but that will come with probably without the next tranche of stimulus funding, would be my guess, but we don't know enough of the details.
That's the answer. We don't know enough of the details and we'd need to wait and see.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I'm just asking a couple of questions just around the meetings, and I was just wondering how many meetings or how regular have the meetings been regarded to working this through in the Otago Southland area?
Sorry, councillor, can I just clarify, is that with regard to development of the submission or just
Yes,
collaborative
yes.
working? I believe there were 3 or 4 meetings to help develop the submission. We had 2 staff from the Three Waters team participate in those.
Cool. And how do you think the work's going in that particular group, working group?
I think it's a good sense of positive collective.
And as an Otago Southland region, is there a commitment from all the councils and within the region to this development, like from Queenstown?
To which development?
To the Otago Southland commitment to working this through?
At this stage, all the councils are working together, but it's too soon to say at further points in the process if that will continue.
Okay.
And as it says in the paper, it's jointly funded by
Yes.
all the territorial authorities and both the regional councils.
Yeah. The other question I had is, within that work, is there work being done with iwi from that group? Or is it separate as in sector and iwi Māori engagement? Is there some engagement with?
Through that group, there has been some engagement with local mana whenua.
I would say mana whenua have a particular interest in this legislation and have been doing a lot of work among themselves and have a position that may or may not align with what councils want, but they are progressing that themselves in parallel with this process, but also independently.
And my last question, so we like getting extra money to spend on our infrastructure. I was just wondering when the next tranche was predicted to come, should we buy into this?
So at this stage, it's looking like the latter part of this year.
Latter part of this year. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you for this submission. I, for one, certainly don't envy you having to submit on what is an extraordinarily complex bill, particularly in the context of not knowing actually what's happening with Three Waters reform. Mine is just a curiosity question. As somebody who moved here 18 years ago into the 4th largest city in New Zealand, it says in the submission that we're the 7th largest city. Is that correct? And if it is, how did that happen?
It's a small question.
The short answer is I'm not sure.
It is correct. But it is correct.
I think it is correct, but...
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it on? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Yes, because at that meeting they mentioned that we might be that there'd be another get-together where we could ask them a lot of questions, because at the end of that day, I don't know about others, but I certainly felt like there was more questions than answers. And so,
speaking of questions,
my question is, when will we have an opportunity to ask some of those questions again?
So we get a whole bunch of different opportunities to participate in these reforms, and submitting on this legislation is one of those. There is some public engagement forecast for somewhere between May and August. That will also include the opportunity to ask some questions, and there's a roadshow coming up sooner than that, although I can't quite recall the dates. So we'd expect to see DIA and other representatives attending meetings in the region soon to present again.
And at that time, would you expect that we would get answers to things like how the work will be prioritised, that sort of question? Like that was something that a lot of people were concerned about. And the other thing was ownership of infrastructure and how it will be broken down. Like, do you think we'll get answers to those?
As we move through the reforms, I think you'll start to see firmer answers or firmer direction on that from central government.
So are you, at the moment, is the feedback suggesting that will be put into this reform without knowing these things, or will we know those before it officially starts?
Well, I would anticipate far greater understanding of what the detail would be before council is expected to make a decision to
Yes.
opt in or opt out, or however it's framed, by the end of the year.
Yeah, because that would be hard to make decisions, not knowing those things. And as far as Dunedin City Council, are we going to pitch in any way to be, maybe a hub for the south area, or?
Well, this is slightly beyond the purview of the paper, which is
Oh,
submitting on
okay.
the legislation itself.
Right.
How it gets implemented is a discussion to come beyond this.
Can I just ask around metered water, because I'm getting a few questions from some residents questioning around that. Do you see it's probably not if, it's when, is that fair to say that this will come in, that when it does, will metered water start to be charged for?
We've had no indication that that's where things will head.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. Just wondering about the chargeback mechanism to allow cost recovery from private water suppliers that you've recommended. Do we have any local examples of how that would operate?
No, we don't, as we're not in a position where we've been directed to undertake work. So that particular provision relates to a situation whereby Taumata Arawai might suggest that Dunedin City Council take responsibility for a certain water supply. Without having a chargeback mechanism, that would be at Dunedin City's cost. So it's just about shoring that up.
You've recommended elsewhere that we remove a provision in the bill for Taumata Arawai to demand that, just in case.
Yeah, it covers two different parts of that. So there's some potential for that to happen on a house-by-house basis, and there's potential for that to happen on a community-by-community basis, and they're two quite different things. And I think that's what the submission splits it as.
Councillor O'Malley.
I actually was interested in that chargeback commentary as well, because as you look at the submission, it's acknowledged that those small private utility groups may not have the resources to maintain their system, and then we would think that they would have the resources to take on a chargeback. Wouldn't that be an inconsistent relationship if they were already resource strapped?
Well, the answer is that there's probably a medium or a middle ground to be found with any of those chargeback conversations.
Would we also consider potentially modifying that to say, or assistance from Taumata Arawai, because the government largely is indicating that the reason they're doing this is that they plan in the long term to put significant amounts of money into this. In other words, I guess what I'm getting at is perhaps the question really is, are we submitting on stuff when we really still don't really have enough fine detail to make a clear submission?
I think that's one of the overarching premises for this, is that it's quite a difficult submission to make. But we are submitting on the legislation that's in front of us.
As it stands in front of us. What's the value of our Three Waters assets?
Ooh.
I'll let you go to the nearest billion.
It's a lot.
More than one.
Yeah, it's between 3 and 5, depending on how we value them.
Billion.
Correct.
Are we going to submit ourselves to this bill?
This is our submission.
No,
So
it says
what
at the bottom of the submission that councils may submit their own individual submissions. So
Right.
is this our individual submission? Because I'll get it in the speeches, but
That's fine. I mean, the timeline is incredibly tight to draft, and certainly there isn't another meeting of this body to sign off on that. My suggestion would be that if we wanted to make amendments or make additions to the group submission, then that would be the tidiest way of doing it at this meeting.
you have $2 to $3 billion worth of assets, and the government is clearly flagging on page 81 that it is moving forward with the Water Services Entity Bill next. And if we don't flag correctly our relationship towards that future bill at this submission, I don't believe we'll have time to influence the second bill. And that's why I think it's a matter of urgency that we consider what is the most important things that we could be doing right now in terms of our policy unit and other such things at this time when the environment is so fluid. And I guess the reason I asked that question was because not every council in the Otago Southland District will be looking at this the same way. And so a joint submission reflects the average view of all the councils. But our view and position is quite different from a rural council with... So the reason I'm asking why are we not doing it, which it's too late to wait for speeches, because I can't get the question answered in retrospect, is that I'll ask one question and then ask the next question. Would it be true to say that small councils, for example, Clutha District, who just recently received a $500,000 fine for wastewater discharges, may have systems that are more degraded and may be facing a greater level per capita and per ratepayer burden than, say, large metropolitan areas such as Dunedin?
I don't know the details of the Clutha system, so I couldn't answer that with any knowledge. It's possible.
Is it true then that Clyde is on septic tanks right now and has to put in a reticulated sewer system? That's a
correct
question. Yes. So would you? And no, I can't get the answer from you because it's a political question. And the political question is: will every council have the same view on this and the same view on assets? So when we go forward with an Otago Southland United submission, it reflects the regional view, but I'm suggesting that it doesn't necessarily reflect our particular view.
For my clarity, Councillor, is your concern seems to be about a lack of input, or a concern about the potential for a lack of input into the water services entity bill itself, as opposed to the water services bill? I mean, they're related, obviously, but is that the big issue?
Mata ROI will be largely formed, and a lot of its activity will be set up through the Water Services Bill, and that will go to definitely influence the outcome of the Water Services Entity Bill. And the entities' statements have been mentioned through this whole submission, so we already are acknowledging that we are foreshadowing the Water Services Entity Bill. And I guess I would like a submission from Dunedin that is more specific on foreshadowing a real concern about what's going to come next, because if you look at the timeline, we were supposed to have had engagement with rating bodies now, and I don't know if that's happened. And I think that the government is going to go on to this timeline. They're definitely going to follow it. And if we don't act, I'm really concerned that basically it's just going to go through.
Yeah, that's fine, Councillor. The point's well made. The pertinent date for the purposes of this discussion is the 2nd of March.
I know.
Which is when submissions close on this, and we don't have the capacity to, even if we were to, we don't have the capacity to call another meeting in advance of the 2nd of March. So if we want to submit at all, this is the mechanism that we have. If there are things that we want to add to it, that's fine. I'm happy if it would be helpful to take this at the... I definitely don't want to get into a situation where we do this.
I know we're running late on time, so I guess, I'm happy enough with this submission. I felt that we could have done more, and it says at the bottom of the paper that councils could submit their own submissions. So if we intended to do that, then to say that we'll run out of time to do it now meant we didn't intend to do it because we haven't done it, and now we've run out of time. This is question time, and we're moving into a debate, and I acknowledge that. So I think I'll finish at the microphone now, and I don't think I can contribute much more at question time, and I'll just wait for the debate.
Thank you. Defence of the water team, there's been a bit on in the past couple of weeks.
There has. I acknowledge that, but there will be a lot more on if we lose $2 billion worth of assets.
Thank you. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua again. Apologies, I missed out this other minor question, which is on page 4 of the submission, under paragraph 4, responsibilities under the proposed local Government Act 2002 amendments. And it's just the recommendations, and it's just, I think, a typo. So it starts under the recommendations, the additional responsibilities for territorial authority, should that be authorities?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And my second question and final question is a political one, and it's paragraph 5 on page 4 of the submission, sector capability and capacity. It says the Otago Southland Councils wish to voice general concern. Is there any reason, I mean, I'm not a policy writer, of course, but is there any reason why general isn't deep concern as to the capability and capacity within the water sector, given the challenges that we've had regionally and nationally?
I was just going to say, it's probably useful to note that the submission wasn't, it's recommended for approval of council, but it wasn't written by our staff. It was written by Mr. Russell in the Otago Southland office. But carry on.
But that point specifically, that general concern related to all tiers of capability and capacity across the region, and there was, so for instance, and within Dunedin City, often we're in a position where we're more able to recruit, retain, and develop staff than some of our other peers, such as Gore or Clutha, and also the word general was to try and cover what is quite a broad experience.
Councillor Elder.
Oh, I was just looking through. Just one question related to the drinking water, and that is the land that we get the drinking water from, the Three Waters land, is used extensively by recreation walkers and bikers, etc. Is that land being protected through the change in the Act so that the citizens of Dunedin can use that land for recreational use as well as for drinking water?
Not specifically being addressed through the Act, but we do have a work program that's looking at how we ensure that any land that has availability for recreation use at the moment does continue to do that, and that's not a trying to make sure that we ensure that's not an unfortunate byproduct of any service delivery changes and all of that sort of thing. It's likely that there is no need to transfer significant tracts of land to the new utility.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Raddick.
We have a difference of valuation just around the room over the last few minutes between 2 and 5 billion for our water assets. Has the government indicated any method of valuation of the assets in this process?
No.
And it's my hope, expectation that the government, if they take over the assets from us, they would then subsequently take over some debt or give us some valuation for that. Is there any mechanism announced, or do you have any idea of any mechanism at this stage?
It's no mechanism, but that topic has certainly been traversed, and the intention would be that if the assets were to change hands, then so too would any related.
Similarly, as we have quite a large spending program on upgrading of Three Waters infrastructure over the next 10 years, is there any indication of whether that debt incurred over the long-term plan would be repatriated to us by the government when they took over the assets? Is there any indication of that?
I think the answer is probably the same as before, that there be some sort of formula to consider asset value and quantity of debt taken over, but it's all still far too early to nail down.
There are a number of things where high-level assurances have been given, but the detail is still to come. One of them is around the transfer of the liabilities to go with the assets, and the other is the commitments or assurances that have been made around whatever the entities end up looking like, that the assets are maintained in public ownership, and sometimes they say ratepayer ownership, and so we're not particularly clear as to what that would be either. But that is the language that is being used at this point anyway. We'd all like to know more. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Where we have forward work and we've got it in our budget, how will that work? Will we have to pay them the money we've got in our budget for that forward work, or?
We don't know what the mechanisms are going to look like, but the advice we've been given is to plan at this point for business as usual in terms of how you put together budgets and asset management plans and forward work programs, and those will be dealt with when the detail becomes apparent later in the calendar year.
Okay. On Sunday, I spent the day at Mosgiel at the park, and every second question was around infrastructure, water issues for, housing. So for areas like that are waiting for Carlisle Street and, that pump station to get going and things, is there, how can we've got no guarantees on prioritising that though, have we, if under this reform? Or what?
We're asking to approve a submission on the legislation that enables the regulator to, on the water services bill. And staff can comment if they have any understanding that I'm not aware of what the implications would be for our work program of whatever may end up being passed through this process.
Well, I suppose the question could be, do you have any concerns that some of our forward work might not be done because it might not be prioritised as important as other areas if another, if we get put in a hub with other councils, which is likely to happen?
I guess our priority, to answer your question, Councillor, is to provide good investment cases for why we're prioritising our investments, so that if a new entity was to take over assets, they'd go, well, Dunedin City Council have done all the work. They've made good investment decisions, they've got plans in place, and they'll just keep rolling that through. But lots of the questions that are being traversed will be for the subject of the next bill, which is the Water Services Entity Bill.
Oh, okay.
And we just don't know yet. As Mr. Dye mentioned before, there'll be a public engagement happening April, May.
I think Councillor O'Malley was sort of slightly suggesting this, but do you have any concerns around other councils that could be in a cluster with us that might have, really immediate, urgent problems that could mean our work gets put further back?
I don't know if it's fair to ask staff their opinion on the work program of other territorial authorities. I've got enough to get on with.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Lord?
Yeah, I thought you had my name down, but actually, no, it's not really a major question, but it just is to if we were to add, if, for example, Councillor O'Malley was to put some, if we all voted for some amendments to this submission as it's written, does that then have to be agreed by other councils, or would it suddenly be untenable for other councillors to want to sign it? What would the status of the submission be?
I would take advice on that from Ms Sullivan probably, but I would anticipate it would be supplementary to this, unless of course it is counter to the intention of this, in which case they wouldn't sit together. But that was the nervousness I was alluding to earlier around doing this in this fashion and in this forum. But
I can answer that because we have traversed it as chief executives. Provided a council is submitting something that is not in total opposition to what's in the combined submission, councils are free to provide addendums of additional points that they wish to raise.
No further questions. Councillor O'Malley?
The turn into speeches.
Would someone like to move the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Elder. Seconded Councillor O'Malley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Councillor O'Malley.
Not sure if anybody else is going to want to speak after I speak, but anyway. When speaking to this, I'm going to start talking about the Water Services Bill itself. I think when you think about things like improving source water risk, that's good. Increasing drinking standards, that will be good. And aggregation of private water schemes into the territorial authorities to establish good safety outcomes, that is essentially a good idea. If you put all that together, then there's obvious a need for increased funding, so that's acknowledged. But what concerns me is if you look at the timeline with which the government's moving forward and the second bill that's going to follow quickly, the Water Services Entity Bill, and the way that this has been presented to us throughout this whole period, the two are ultimately interlinked. And as I said in the speech I gave when we took the first amount of government funding, that was voluntary. And you'll get 2 or 3 voluntary steps and then it will become compulsory. And more importantly, you'll be put in an economic position that you will not be able to say no. We will go forward and we'll be told to opt in or opt out going on to the next step. But the problem is if you opt out, you won't get any of the government assistance money and you'll be completely exposed to all of the requirements. So therefore, you'll be on a completely uneven economic playing field. So therefore, going forward, we need to pay a lot of attention to the model of asset management. And I believe that that model currently is being pushed through by the Department of Internal Affairs under a view that this has always been good. The assets of some of the small rural councils have been substantially downgraded over the years, and they have significantly more private water schemes, and many of those schemes are not compliant. So those councils are facing a much bigger burden per ratepayer than we are, and that's why I'm always concerned about a joint submission, because everybody's coming in with different concepts and different worries. The focus of this submission is specific to the Water Services Bill, but as I said before, we need to be conscious of the fact that the Water Services Entity Bill is following in close behind, and I don't think a bill of that size can be written in 8 weeks, which means it is already being written. It is being written right now as we speak. The threat to the city is large, and I cannot emphasise more than that this is the biggest thing central government has done to our asset base since they actively took public transport away from us in the Land Transport Management Act, or before that took our electricity department from us under electricity reform. Every time Wellington undertakes national reforms, they tend to take assets from the territorial authorities, and yet this dispersal has yet to show ever show improved outcomes. This submission addresses the Water Services Bill, but it does not challenge it. It picks small points here and there and asks for corrections. But we need to actively say, before we rush forward, this bill is the precursor to the bill that genuinely frightens me, the Water Services Entity Bill. And I ask the government, and I think we need to ask with a certain sense of urgency and authority, slow down. Don't rush through this, because it hasn't worked in the past when you've taken assets away from cities, so why do you think it would work this time? Thank you.
Further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I guess I'd just like to say I can support this draft submission, and I guess my concerns are the same as Councillor O'Malley's. I think we are going down a route, we are being pushed and guided down a route. We've been offered a small $15 million bribe. It might be very, very cheap. It might sound like a lot of money at this stage, but it might be very I have the concern, like Councillor O'Malley, that there's smaller councils that have not invested in their infrastructure. They will be absolutely over the moon with the chance to join in, because what they'll say is, well, this council with 2,000 people, or this city of town of 2,500 people cannot afford to spend this money, so we'll use the greater Southern District or the Greater South Island or the whole of the country model, and we will subsidise those that need more, because at the end we're all going to get better drinking water and we're all going to win and we're all going to get better outcomes. Now, I just don't have confidence that anything that happens, and there's some councillors around this table say we should push for a lower South Island model. I don't have any confidence that any model would be any better or any worse than any other. But what I do have the very grave concern that whatever model comes out of this, it will be that in time the future residents of Dunedin will pay their rates bill, which will be reduced because we won't be worrying about spending money on water and those assets, but they'll pay a water asset or a water rate to a separate entity, and they will curse and moan about that, and they'll say, why did this council ever let it go? So, and the problem is, as has been said by the Chief Executive and has been pointed out by councillors through their questioning, the reality of it is that we simply do not know enough about the next bill, and we're acting in good faith, which is what they asked us to do. But in fact, it's just the way these things work. We can't all get a decent say at it, and I just have some real concerns about what's coming up for the residents.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I can support this submission, and I think it speaks with a lot of sensibility to a range of details within the submission. However, like Councillor O'Malley, I certainly have misgivings, and you know, the loss of our electricity production and the change in public transport, of course, have been significantly to our detriment. So I agree that it's hard to see how this is going to help, except it will improve water quality throughout the country. So it's how it's managed, and I think one thing that is quite different to how the previous processes were run, the government is looking to bribe local authorities into joining the whole proposal, so that it does appear that local authorities will be compensated for handing over their assets and handing over whatever work they've done. So as in line with the questions I asked earlier, I'm hopeful and fingers crossed that that is indeed the case, so that there is an equitable exchange of assets and value as we go forward.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's an admirable goal to have, to want, you know, better drinking water and safer drinking water, because our city obviously has been victim to this at the moment, and it is essential that everybody in New Zealand is able to have safe drinking water. However, this bill has so many things that we don't know the answers to. It is, I'm seriously concerned about it, but after hearing the concerns in Mosgiel on Sunday, there is an urgent need for us to fix the infrastructure, or get some infrastructure happening in those areas. So yeah, it is an urgent problem, and I certainly hope that it will end in a much better result for all involved. However, there's so many questions not answered. My serious concerns are around priority. How will it be prioritised if we're in with other councils, as other councillors have said, and if their infrastructure and it is less than and a more immediate need than ours, then where does that mean we sit? So, and how are we going to deal with all the ownership issues around our large, you know, $2 to $5 billion infrastructure? So serious questions that I think we need answers to very soon.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Like others, I'm very pleased that we are looking at safer drinking water, although I share the concerns, especially raised by Councillor O'Malley, with our $2 to $5 billion worth of assets, and to have $3 billion unaccounted for, or guessing it, is a bit of a concern. I think the concern is losing control of our infrastructure out of our hands. When I look at the annual report on drinking water quality from the government, 2018 to 2019, around 80% of water suppliers in Otago have not met all the 4 measures reported to government. These are measures on bacterial, protozoal and chemical standards, or indeed complying with the Health Act. This is a really serious concern. We've worked hard as a major city to make sure that we're complying with all of these acts, and then to look through and see that X failed the bacteriological standards because sampling was inadequate. It failed the protozoal standards because of inadequate treatment facilities and no attempt at compliance. So there is a great concern about what we would be exposing our ratepayers and our citizens to with this model. So I think that we need to keep a very concerned watching brief on this. I support the submission as it is. I would have liked to have seen us submit separately, because there's a lot of smaller towns here, and we're a major metropolitan, so there is my concern around that.
Councillor Vandervis.
I think there's a fundamental problem in the Water Services Bill. The government of the day, I think 2002, gave councils the power of general competence, which was basically an extension of councils' previous basic infrastructure focus to get into a wider range of social services and interests. The issue here with the Water Services Bill is that although the government has given councils the power of general competence, it now wants to take away the basic services competence that we have with water infrastructure, because it seems to think that we're simply not able to do that appropriately. If the move to general competence hadn't happened, I think that we would still have had more of an infrastructure focus in the last decade especially. That would have meant that we put more resources into infrastructure rather than some of the more politicised or pet project type of council operations that we have had. Pardon me. We have, underlying all of this, a serious tension between all the various kinds of taxes that we pay. We pay taxes on income. We pay taxes that we call rates, and that is on properties and property values. We also pay other taxes by way of fees. And central government, I believe, is looking for ways that it can control the way the indirect taxes, if you like, of rates and fees are managed, so that we no longer are able to provide the basic services that rates were originally designed to provide. Rating, and the Rating Act is a very powerful one. The Rating Act basically says that a council can demand a certain rate from any property owner, and that if that rate isn't paid, the end result is that that property can be forfeit. So rating is a very powerful way of extracting money from property owners. And the original reason for it, and I think it was a good reason, was that the council was in a better position to provide all the kind of services, drainage, etc., for these properties, and could do it more efficiently than individuals could do, as they did 100 years ago. We now have a similar situation where the government is saying, well, actually, no, we don't think councils are doing a proper job of their water services, and we intend basically taking them over. I think that we should never have moved to the power of general competence as councils. I think that rates should always have been ring-fenced for the fundamentals of providing what those rated properties actually require, which is your infrastructure services. In terms of this particular water services bill, I share Councillor O'Malley's and others concerned about where this is heading, and I think that the failure to allow councils to look after and provide your fundamental infrastructure services, and to lose that focus, which I believe has been lost in the last 10 years, has been to the detriment of most people and has meant we get much less value for our rates than we used to. Thank you for hearing me out.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd like to acknowledge the mover and seconder, and also in particular acknowledge Mr Drew, Mr Dwyer and the Three Waters team, because since this process started and we were workshopped and then we had the DIA roadshow announcing taumata Arawaia, etc. The implications for the staff as well as us and the residents is particularly concerning to me. Change is the only non-constant, but this kind of implication of mucking around with people's lives, I do share the misgivings of other councillors, but I'm also a bit angry and frustrated because it seems to me that in order to take care of Havelock North or other drinking water concerns, the Labour government is just centralising everything. And to me, it's a bit frustrating because on the one hand, we're talking in local government New Zealand about localism, about the decisions that affect people's lives being closer to them. And then, on the other hand, the government is taking away from us and forcing us to comply with a system that is yet again going to muck around with our staff's lives in particular, and our residents. So I know that the Chief Executive or Acting Chief Executive then said we will try and keep as many as we can of staff given these changes, but I am just anxious and, dare I say it, I won't say it, frustrated. Thank you.
And I thank you for your restraint, Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Just picking up on the point my colleague just made around localism, yes, it does seem to fly in the face of that. But I would urge colleagues not to descend into a kind of a bickering around they haven't got as good assets as us, because I always find this a really difficult argument. If you think about healthcare, I have this argument around healthcare in the United States about taking care of the whole, as opposed to that idea of looking after yourself. And so I would really urge councillors not to go down that path, because as a group, we've got a great deal more to gain by a joint submission and going into this together to ensure that we get the details sorted on this bit of legislation. If we descend into our own stuff in particular, and I don't disagree that we have got our own specific requirements, but we can deal with that by paying attention to the detail, and I believe the staff are doing that, then that's the path we should go down as we go through this process. And with what's coming, and from what I referred to it in my questions around the nitrate issues, the research findings of the Danish study, and talking about that in terms of the work that might be done in New Zealand, there's a lot on the horizon, and we're much better together in this particular area, and making sure regionally we have a really strong voice. So I support this submission.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Gary, for your thoughts, because I thought I was going to speak and be out on a limb when I spoke. And I also want to reflect the thanks to the staff. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think we as a council are probably cognizant of the tremendously difficult task that has been put upon them, and just taking one glance at the bill left me bleary-eyed. And I certainly, as I mentioned earlier, don't envy having to work on something where you don't actually have a cognizance of where the government is actually going. So well done to staff, and I'm sure it's going to continue to be a difficult road until we get a much clearer idea of where the three water reforms are going. Around the table, there's been much mention, I guess, of other areas, infrastructure, and the state of it therein. But for me, as Councillor Gary said, I think uncomfortable for me to start getting to the scenario where we start to beat up on the Otago Southland region over this just one particular issue. And let's not forget for a moment the benefits that accrue to the city of Otapoti, Dunedin, from the work that goes on in the Otago Southland region in other industries. And of course, farming and agriculture comes to mind. I'm sure there are many more activities from which we benefit. And I always like to give the analogy of myself and my wife, who don't have children, and luckily I'm yet to spend a night in the Dunedin hospital, but the vast majority of the taxes I pay for sitting around this table go to healthcare and healthcare and education. But I personally think, even though I don't use the education system, that it's fantastic that money goes to provide a fantastic education system in Dunedin and New Zealand. I think, again, this is difficult, but ultimately I think the best outcomes for the region will be working together. Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just like to make a couple of comments about that last point, the point that the last two speakers have made about collective activity. And I don't think it's the focus here, but it is one of the elements that needs to be considered. And I think it was appropriate, apposite, that Councillor Gary raised that issue because, of course, it was the weight of the city's ratepayers that did the work to reticulate the sewage out of the peninsula when the initial proposal had been for that to be paid for entirely by peninsula residents. And I don't think any of us would argue that that was the wrong decision, but it was a pathway that the council was going down, and there's no doubt there is an element to this wider collective public good that's part of this debate. However, I don't think it's the main part, and I think we are rightly concerned, and residents in the city should be. The concerns about structure and possible alienation of assets one way or another have been well and truly traversed and will need to be watched assiduously. The members of the community are already aware that this pathway would lead inevitably to water charging of one kind or another, either by set charges or further metering, and you won't be surprised by my views about that matter, nor my complete conviction that similar developments overseas, the UK in particular, have failed dismally to deliver what politicians promised. But the one element that hasn't been mentioned is the fact that proposals of this kind can very easily lead to the spectre of privatisation. So not only an asset alienated, such as our dam, by the way, it wasn't taken from us, we were forced to sell it, and it's now called the Waipori Fund, but we lost control of the infrastructure per se. The structural changes that might flow from what's suggested here do make it much easier to pass what had been public assets on to private ownership, and I don't think that's something our community would widely support. I think the message that needs to come out of this meeting is that we require a much greater degree of clarity about process and about the pathway henceforward, and we should all have an expectation from government that that is provided in a much more upfront way than it has been to date.
Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can support the submission, but I have serious concerns about the direction of travel. The aim of the bill and the water reforms is to ensure a better level of water and wastewater asset quality and delivery. That's the aim. And there's no doubt that nationally there's been a lack of investment in asset management by councils in that water infrastructure. In recent years, there's been a greater degree of scrutiny from the Audit Office on how councils manage their assets and provide for depreciation. And most councils have upped their game. But with that, there is a bow wave of infrastructure renewal, asset renewal that the country's facing. It's not an issue of any one council. Some councils are better than others, but it's a national issue, the cost of which is going to be significant and way beyond some councils' means without assistance. So, my view is that we have to put a question mark against whether centralising the ownership and management of the assets is actually going to do anything of significance. The investment will probably be very similar. So, that's something that we all have to face. If we're going to improve the infrastructure, which is in a degraded state now, it will require investment. Now, whether that comes from increased rates, government contribution, which means increased taxes, about the same issue in terms of money is going to have to be faced by all of us. What worries me is that the centralisation will have a significant impact on local government and on local democracy. There will be councils that have little or nothing to do when they don't have to manage water infrastructure. What will that mean? Well, those councils probably won't be viable anymore. So that will, in a way, perhaps lead to the rationalisation and centralisation of democracy into bigger areas. Is that what everybody wants? It's likely to be a side effect. So my view is we don't have anywhere near enough information on what is in front of us. And while submitting on this bill is fine, as I said before, I have very, very serious concerns that the end outcome will be, as has been mentioned, like Waipori or the buses. There will be no benefit to the city. We will lose the control of services that our residents use. There will be water meters because there's no other way to charge people for water unless you meter it. And we know what our community thinks about that. So I would like to see a lot more information and hopefully we will get it before we have to make a final decision, but I have serious questions.
Councillor Hall.
The nervousness I have about this is going back to, which the last two councillors spoke, is the Waipori, the change of the electricity reform. There was a set date everybody had to perform by. Everybody performed to that date, and then after that date they changed the rules. And my understanding, the new rules they brought out, we could have kept Waipori. Same with the dairy reform. The dairy reform took out all open vats for making cheese. All the dairy factories in the country all amalgamated to close vats. And 3 months before the implementation date, they changed it and says we had our best cheeses made in open vats. We won all the world awards in open vats, and they changed it, but it was too late. And this could be a similar to those where in the last minute they change all the rules, but we're too late, we've gone too far down the track.
I want to echo the thanks that has been offered to staff, not just for the huge amount of work that is required in navigating something of this complexity, but as Councillor Lofiso has alluded, it's a bit like asking people to write their own obituary notice, working on a reform agenda that looks set to no longer include staff directly employed by this institution. I wouldn't get too hung up on which flavour of government we currently have. This is something that has very broad bipartisan political support, and in fact, it was the reform agenda was kicked off by the previous national-led government. It's been accelerated under the current one, but I wouldn't advise hanging out for a different election outcome as a way of trying to circumvent this. A lot of the comments that have been made have, and I think quite rightly, focused on what is next. I mean, this is the precursor to the Water Services Entity Bill. That is the detail that we are all lacking at this point, the detail that is required to be able to make informed decisions on behalf of our communities, which is difficult to do when there are currently still more questions than answers. But it's bigger than the reform of water service delivery. At the moment, over the next 1 to 3 years, the government's legislative agenda and the reform agenda is the most disruptive and the most significant body of work for local government since the late 1980s, leading up to reorganisation in 1989. So reform of Three Waters, reform of the resource management system, which is heading down a more regional scale spatial planning approach, the work of the Climate Commission and the recommendations that they are making, which will undoubtedly drive a lot of this stuff, to say nothing of our relationships at both a local and a national level with iwi and mana whenua. And so that is daunting in terms of the timelines that they are hoping to implement it, but I think the ramifications collectively of the ability of our residents and our communities to be involved in decision making at a strategic level in ways that affect them profoundly on a day-to-day basis is certainly something that is under threat here. And I appreciate the comments. I don't think we should get too carried away about the bogeyman of the small council who don't invest in their assets. There are very large territorial authorities who have not done a stellar job of investing in their water assets, and smaller rural and provincial councils that have actually stumped up the money, and they have the same kind of moral hazard arguments across the boundary of their neighbours, because we've put up this much money, why should we subsidise you lot? But I think it's a little simplistic for it to be a question of scale. And I appreciate the points that have been made around the fact that there are different aspirations and there are different concerns across our region, which is perhaps homogenised to a degree by a joint submission like this. But the purpose, I'll remind people of, or one of the big one of the things we're trying to achieve with the Otago Southland approach to this is to try and get an outcome that best serves people in this region, and whether it's one single entity, whether it's 3 or 5 or 8, I don't think it's a huge call to make that our community will be better served if we are closer to the centre of decision making of whatever the regional entity is. So trying to present, and it may mean that at this point, for this piece of legislation, we're giving up a more direct approach that we may wish to have taken. But I think the value in presenting a united front early on is that in the lead up to the point where the decision will be made around how many entities there will be, hopefully we're in a position to get a better outcome for our community. But the devil is in the detail, as they say, and this year it will be a significant one on a number of interrelated fronts, and we need to be on top of that as much as we can and take every opportunity we have to influence those outcomes in those legislative processes. Councillor Elder.
Mr Chairman, just before the councillor speaks, can I ask a question about process?
Yes.
Thank you. As you know, it's always been our procedure where possible for submissions to select committees to be presented by either the mayor or the committee chairman relevant. Clearly that's not possible with a joint submission. Can you tell us what's proposed?
In the drafting, it effectively has a tick box that council does or / does not wish to speak to its submissions. I think procedurally the tidiest way to do that would be that following this, if you wanted to move an amendment that, because our submission currently isn't clear on whether we wish to speak to it or not. So I'd take that as a subsequential motion
Okay.
if that was desired. Councillor Elder.
Well, it's been really interesting listening to everybody's thoughts around the table, and I just want to thank Three Waters for the work they've done, especially seeing over this time we've had numerous floods over Christmas and drinking water issues that they had to deal with and are continuing to deal with. I think talking to what Aaron pointed out, and one thing that I'm really pleased about is, yes, we are putting in a regional submission. I think the closer we can be to local decision making, the better. And that is the concern that comes through loud and clear, is that loss of local decision making. And the devil is in the detail, and we need to be well informed and well consulted by the government over this, because in fact there are a huge amount of concerns on a local level. So yes, I agree with the submission. I think it's great that we're having a regional approach, as that does enable the opportunity for more localised decision making rather than a nationwide one. And I'm just encouraging the government to actually engage, inform and give the opportunity for everyone to have a voice in this, local councils to have a voice in this.
Thank you. I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Councillor Benson Pope, I assume you're going to move that's about to present itself.
Should say that council confirms that it wishes to speak to its submission.
Fine, I'll second that. Do you wish to speak to it? No.
Well, I think this is such an important issue. It's important that we do take that opportunity to reinforce our views, and it's without doubt that the presentation at a select committee is much more effective than just a written submission, but it does raise the question of the fact that this is a joint submission, so I'm not quite sure how that would work, but I guess you would have to hold hands with several others and if they wish to present.
I'm sure we can work through the...
I'm sure that's doable.
of the I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting. Seconded Councillor Gary for 2 minutes to deal with some procedural business that I'm sure has the support of the mover. Aye. All those in favour? Sorry, thank you. Against? It's agreed. Redrafted with the endorsement of the mover, Councillor Benson Pope. You're comfortable with the wording as proposed in your name? That's fine. I'm happy to second that. The only other thing that I wanted to add, you don't wish to speak any further to it? No. And the only thing further that I would add is that I have concerns, grave concerns around the proposed amendments to the Local Government Act, which effectively says we're going to set up new regional scale water entities, give them all the easy bits, take all the capacity out of local government to deal with water service delivery, but then still make them responsible for picking up all the rough bits around the edges and helping people manage with private water supplies. And I can't see how that is at all tenable on any number of levels. And so I fully endorse the comments in the submission about where that responsibility should sit in what seems like the inevitable course of action. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is agreed. Item 10. Proposed traffic and parking restriction changes, January 2021. Ms. Benson and Mr. Drew, welcome. We're going to take the paper as read. Thank you. Can I ask a process question? This is an annual review or a regular scheduled review of traffic and parking restriction changes. What is the process for people flagging issue? Is there a formal process, or are they just aggregated through issues that are flagged through CSA, or what is the method?
So the method is that they're aggregated through. They're essentially people write in and ask for changes to be made, and they're aggregated up to go through the regulatory subcommittee.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. I'd just like a bit of clarity around the recommendations, and this isn't necessarily for staff. Recommendation D, which talks about the previously approved parking controls by council that are not shown as changed remain unchanged. Can I have a bit of clarity about that, please? So some have been changed, but some have remained unchanged. I don't quite understand why some remained unchanged. Am I missing something here? It's like a double negative.
Yeah, good point. No, I'm unclear, Councillor. I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple of questions around the detail. So the Ward Street changes, I noticed that the only organisation that didn't support it was Ritchie's. Could we have a little more, and there was a lot of organisations that did support it, a little bit more detail as to their concerns?
I think their concerns were around the parking arrangements at Ward Street, Councillor.
Regard?
Availability of and type of parking.
How was that going to affect them?
So currently Ritchie's use unformed parking, so there's no marking for the parking to park a number of their buses. So this creates formed parking that precludes Ritchie's from parking their buses on the road.
So they like the flexibility that the other arrangement had. Yep. Okay, thank you. And finally, a question around the dental school, the Great King Street Dental School block, which I'm quite familiar with. Thank you for the work done around consulting with the university and the physio school. Are you confident that the mobility parks that are going in there, which are slightly differently aligned to what they were before, will satisfy the needs, particularly of the physio school?
Yes.
And is there ample room still to turn around for drop-off? There's still the three parking 5 spaces, but is there still plenty of space to turn around, drop off, and pick up from that area?
So staff have worked closely with the University of Otago, Cancer Society to work through all those issues. I haven't been involved in the detail, but they were confident that all those issues have been addressed.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Just picking up on the question around point D, and I share the concerns around ambiguity, and I note Mr Drew's offer to find out and get back to us, but I'd be loath to hold this up. What would the implications be of not noting the mapping and someone eventually moving A, B and C?
So no implications from my reading of it. D is referencing B, and it is just clumsily written. And so the database in B will be updated because of what's done here in D isn't required.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Bishop. Just a few questions. Just following on from the Richie's objection, there are other places for bus parking around the Ward Street area? Would that be correct?
Yeah, correct, and they have a yard where they park the majority of their buses.
Yeah. When we're looking at the number of parks that it says are being added and deleted, etc., I just wonder how this affects the central city. Obviously, with a dense school closing, how many parks is that adding?
So the central city available parks doesn't change dramatically. So we think about 5 to 7 parking spaces will be added for the central city.
And the rest of the 28 parks that are being lost are in the suburbs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My other question was just around, we had some people come to us in the council forum talking about McAndrew Road and the bus parking there, and I see that option 2 has been selected. Did we feed that information that they came to the forum back to the ORC around that, or act on that?
Yes, we have.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
Councillor Barker's kindly answered one of my questions about McAndrew Road, so those people have been taken care of, their submission. And I was curious about the dental block parking. There's AVO authorised vehicle. What's an AVO authorised vehicle?
Authorised vehicles only.
Just authorised vehicle. Yeah, just a general authorised vehicle.
Correct. So normally they're delivery vehicles that have a licence to use the AVO spots.
Fine. I was thinking about EV as opposed to AV. So that's good. And what about all-day parks in that area? Are there any all-day parks, public all-day parks in that area?
Reasonably limited in that area, Councillor.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
To the issue that was raised about the loss of parks because of other safety developments out and about, I notice, and there's been good community feedback, the attractive surrounds that have been placed around the safety signs on Muswell Rise that had the black and white stripe things, but have now proper planted islands. Can I be sure that the maintenance of the vegetation in there, which is currently appropriate and attractive, does get onto someone's contract schedule?
You can be sure of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanavus.
On the dental block, the 3 Park 5s right at the very end, what are they intended to be used for? Is it for nipping into the Captain Cook bottle store, perhaps? I can't think of any use for Park 5s right at the end.
Yeah, so they're generally for drop-offs. I'm not across the details. Staff have worked with the stakeholders around the area, and that's what's been requested.
So you don't know what they're being dropped off for at the end of that cul-de-sac?
It's adjacent to the physio school, councillor, so potentially for dropping off and picking up people from appointments there.
Okay.
There isn't a bottle store at the Cook, hasn't been for some time.
And just following up on Councillor Raddick's question, what does AVO actually stand for?
Authorised vehicles only.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Elder.
So, looking at parking, 5 to 7 are added to the central city, and a lot of this is around safety. So can you talk to me about buses and the extra spaces needed for getting in and out of spaces?
So we worked with ORC Councillor on where these bus stops should be located based on patronage and you know, safety related issues. And
I know the bus drivers had asked for extra parking to be taken out at Green Island because they couldn't get access and get out of that park without some difficulty. And so across the city, did the drivers have any input into the safety of park bus stops, etc.?
Tramway Workers Union were a submitter. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to ask the staff if they're aware that the 5-minute parks are not for nipping into the bottle store at the Captain Cook, but for people with limited mobility who are attending Parkinson's specialist physio classes or cancer physio classes at the physio school.
Rhetorical, but it's noted.
Indeed.
It's been moved by Councillor Wiley, who chaired the process, seconded by Councillor Walker. All yours, Councillor.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to thank Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Walker for assisting me in this bylaw hearing and also the work the staff did around this. It was frustrating going into this process when prior to the going through the hearing process, we were informed in the ODT that we were taking away even more car parks from the city. But yet this is actually more about safety improvements, and it clearly articulates that in the report that we've got in front of us. The ORC around the buses and we heard from the Tramway Union came and presented to us and engaged with us, and they are really worried about the length of the bus stops. So virtually all the loss of car parking, I think there was 40 car parks were lost or removed in South Dunedin relating to this through the extension of car parks. And I think that was then followed up in an ODT article on January the 6th, where it clearly talked about needing the length of the car parks. I think this report clearly details what's taking place, especially on pages 94 to 97. It talks about the consultation the staff went through, but I think the big win in this is one around the dental school, and the part I like about the dental school is that there was 120-minute car parks, not just 60-minute car parks. So it allows people to go to their appointments with the comfort of being able to spend some time, and also for people that are going to the hospital and parking in that area as well. The other area we're looking at is, which is going to make quite a difference, is the Wall Street, Housley and Wycliffe Street changes. It is going to allow greater commuter parking and for the workers in that area. This will be unrestricted car parking, so there'll be no time limits. So overall, I'm very happy to move this.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't know if comfort is the word that people parking outside the dental school building often use, but I have a question perhaps for Ms Sullivan, and apologies for not bringing this up earlier, and it's about the appropriateness, this is an archived document, of using a URL explicitly in the resolution, because this will at some point not exist, and whether or not the December 2020 update is sufficient, and whether the URL needs to be specifically referred to, or whether removing it would have any meaningful implications.
I'll look into it. I think for this purposes it would be sufficient, but we'll check to see when any changes are made to the database that reflects it accordingly, and we'll look to see whether there can be any improvements made for when these next changes come to you for approval, and to how we record that.
Further speakers. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to acknowledge the work of the subcommittee and of staff around their attention to the needs of the disability community in Ōtepoti. We've often had submissions from Chris Ford and others around us paying attention to this and the difficulties that people live with in terms of accessing services. And specifically that area by the physiotherapy school where people dropped off for very important weekly classes and watching loved ones trying to manoeuvre to drop them off, get them in the building, pick them up again from right outside, or those who are going there independently, parking in a mobility spot and making their way into the building. So this is an example of how we can pay attention to our disabled community and listen to their needs, and I believe the staff and the committee have done that really well, and I thank them for that attention.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to thank my fellow councillors on the regulatory subcommittee for their work on these recent proposals and for bringing the recommendations you've seen before you today. As has been the case previously, all the recommendations, I think we have to make this clear, do feed in and contribute to the objectives of the Dunedin Integrated Transport Strategy, which, as we should all know, supports a safe, efficient and accessible transport network and not the hyperbolic ODT reporting and narrative around loss of parking. So let's keep our focus as a council. Also, as you would have read in the papers, all of the proposed changes were put forward after consultation with residents and businesses and property owners, unless, of course, the changes were specifically around much-needed safety measures. As Councillor Wiley has alluded to, the specifics are very clear. The dentistry school, that just improves parking layout and has the full support of the university and the Cancer Society. So nothing of concern there. And as detailed in item 14, the ORC has consulted on the new bus stop locations, and the proposed changes simply ensure that the best practice for entry and exit can be adhered to. And I guess going to your question earlier, Councillor Elder, if you've read the minutes that are on page 91, you would have seen that Alan Saville spoke to us and gave us some in-depth analysis of the difficulties that are encountered by many bus drivers around the city in terms of getting in and out. So I think, again, this is much needed. And of course, the road reserve in Ward Street, sort of a no-brainer. I passed that off, and it's a mishmash of parks, upside down, inside up, and upside down. I mean, it's an awful mess. So well done to staff for proposing to formalise this area and actually create, God forbid, additional parking, which the ODT, I hope, will be reporting that one. All the businesses there, bar one, supported that as well. So I guess just once again, can we just be clear as a council that when we do this stuff, that we focus on the objectives of the strategies that we've created, and in this case, the integrated transport strategy. And thanks, of course, as ever, to our hard-working staff who diligently put together reports and make our work on the subcommittee so much easier. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. Yes, I think the staff and the committee are to be complimented on some good, sensible parking alterations here. And likewise, as someone who has been to the physio school in the past, both been dropped off and parked and requiring an hour and a half or so of a park, I think it's the return to parking in that street, in that area of Great King Street, will be very much appreciated by people going there. And I think it's a really good spread of parks that are there now. And similarly, Ward Street, there's a great shortage of parking in Ward Street, so the new layout will be much better, and it's quite a significant step to make it one way around the end of the overbridge. So it's a very good, sensible strategy to do that. So well done.
Councillor Van Evers.
Good to see the return of the parking that was lost due to the construction of the dental school. I think the layout makes sense. Also quite impressed with the better use of the Ward Street area, the informal parking that used to go on there. I think with the staff recommended change to a one-way and more safe parking there is certainly to be commended. I do wonder if perhaps staff may consider, especially on a one-way street, the Australian example of actually reverse parking into angle parks. This makes exiting an angle park much safer than reversing out of one. Something perhaps to consider for the future. Regarding the other changes, in particular the loss of 40 car parks, mostly in residential areas in South Dunedin, because of safety concerns. My concern is that safety is increasingly become it's become a word that you use to silence any possible criticism of what you might be doing because it somehow increases safety. The claims, for instance, that you can increase the safety of cyclists by providing cycle infrastructure has not been borne out in 20 years of it being supplied in the UK, for instance. The idea that you are going to make things safer for the buses and by doing that lose 40 car parks desperately needed by the people who live in those streets and who need that off-street parking to be able to access their homes actually. To me, this is a safety issue which, although I can understand the bus drivers union and the ORC being keen on it, because quite frankly they don't have any interest in parking for residents in Dunedin, I think we should push back against this overzealous, excessive use of safety as a reason for getting rid of ever more car parks. Yes, it does make things safer when you reduce the speed of vehicles in the event of a collision. Yes, it does make things safer if buses can cruise into a bus park without having to steer excessively. But what actually is the safety value in removing those 40 car parks? I know those areas. I've driven heavy traffic vehicles most of my life. I can't see a genuine safety reason for doing it. I would like the option to vote against B. Because of that, I will consistently vote against what I consider to be unnecessary loss of car parks, but do thank the staff for the new car parks that we've had in this paper, particularly the nice layout in Ward Street.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. I support this. I thought it was a very well-considered piece of work. And I thank Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Wiley and Councillor Walker on the work they've done on this and the staff. In particular, they listened to the Tramways Union and the bus drivers and the ORC around safe and efficient and accessible bus stops. Now, if you drive a bus and you haven't got enough space to put your bus into that park, then it's very, very difficult for people because you're not aligned with the footpath for people to get on and off that bus. In particular, in South Dunedin, there is a huge population of people who have disability or who are older, mainly because it's flat and it's easy to get around. And so I fully support this because, in fact, it will make it safe and it will make it more accessible for those people in South Dunedin. If you can't align your bus to the footpath, it's very difficult for people to get on. And having driven the buses and been in some of those bus stops, it is very, very difficult. And what's more, the buses are under huge time constraints and pressure, and it just makes it that much more difficult for bus drivers to do their job safely and efficiently. So I fully support this, and I particularly endorse the Tramways Union and their application for larger bus stops, because it's rather difficult to be safe otherwise.
You're not still a member of the union, Councillor, from your...
No, I did drive.
Driving past, yes.
I did
Councillor-
drive the buses and
Councillor-
did sideswipe a person's car in the last week because there was not enough room at the bus stop.
Yeah, I think the past tense has been well traversed also. Sorry, I brought it upon myself. Councillor O'Malley.
I'm wondering if the sideswiping of the car was why it was the last week. We've traversed this a lot, but I feel it just needs to be traversed one more time. The step-off requirements for the buses are the reason you need to have a good run-in lane, and that was what was given to us by the bus drivers through the Tramways Union, and we listened, and that was part of the consultation process. We also listened to a business on McAndrew Road and made sure that the bus stop was put in there, not to interfere with their ability to perform their functions. We also provided long-term parking in an area where we are trying to deal with commuter parking. I would also say there's no such thing as a bad question, but I would look to page 98 and say the diagram that goes there shows the 3 P5 parks. It then also shows another arrow pointing into it saying accessible parking, 2 spaces at Physio and 1 at Cancer Society. No mention of pubs or bottle stores. Right below that is AVOs with the definition beside it, authorised vehicle only. Apparently there's some confusion as to what an authorised vehicle is. Effectively it's a vehicle that has to pay a $25 permit a year to put in its sticker to say, in its window to say it can be there. They are vehicles that have a particular business that the city agrees is of a class. We authorise them to be there. They tend to be courier and short-term parking vehicles delivering things around town. They also now include vehicles that are transporting people in wheelchairs as taxis. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I would also like to commend the people on this committee and the staff involved, particularly around, obviously, adding more parks, which is great, but around the McAndrew Road issue, which I remember the people, coming and talking to us, and I just think that's fantastic that they can see that it was worth coming to present to us, they put their case, and then there's been a solution that hopefully they're all happy with. So I was delighted to see that, and it also shows people that they've been heard, and we've listened and we've taken action. On Sunday, when I was at the Mosgill at the park, I had numerous people, and they've since followed through on social media as well, talking about safer schools. Now, this isn't part of this paper, I realise that, but the reason why I'm bringing it up is that Councillor Vandervis mentioned some, that projects around transport get put in because of saying that they're safe. And I must say, after a whole day of listening to people, there's a lot of anger around that safer schools, and I do think that maybe it's been, perhaps some of that has been misread, but what I want to compliment is Janine Benson, our Head of Transport, who heard a lot of those concerns and immediately acted on them, and I think that is true engagement, and I really want to commend the Mosgill Community Board and Janine Benson and other people involved with that have got rid of getting rid of the troughs that are there and being an obstacle on the road, and some of the dangerous things that were set up.
Are you coming back to the point of the paper sometime soon?
Yes, the point of this paper, so I'm just saying thank you. That's the end of my...
Yeah, thank you. Further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Following on just from the comment around safety, when I was a child in the 1970s, which ages me, we had someone killed outside our school, so this is very close to my heart, and I totally support more measures around school safety. The point that I did want to bring up is around the parking strategy 2009. What we're talking about here is reactionary, when people are asking for parks, and it's kind of a piecemeal approach, and I wonder, I guess, two things is, can we review our parking strategy? I guess we're coming up to May, and that will be our time for reviewing all of our strategies, but to have a more strategic approach to parking around the city, and also that there's more visibility to people to raise those concerns through our 4774,000 number, or online as well if they do have parking issues or challenges, that they can contact the council and see that these processes are actually carried out.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I mean, my sense is that the parking strategy, insofar as it existed then, was superseded by the integrated transport strategy in the same way that we rationalised any number of our various strategies and plans into the strategic framework that we currently have. But that is certainly the opportunity that we'll have shortly as part of the refresh of that. I think it's unfortunate to have elected members seek to characterise the efforts of staff working towards a safer transport network, which we have committed to both at a strategic level and is required of us by Waka Kotahi, the co-funder of our transport network, as some kind of nefarious Trojan horse to further the anti-car agenda. It does them no service, and it is insulting to staff actually, and wrong to suggest that safety is somehow being used for some other means, fair or foul. But what I wanted to comment really was that this is the kind of conversation that we should be having mostly about our parking resource. Talking about what is the most efficient use of the space, what is the most appropriate use of that space for the surrounding residential or business environment, looking at what we have, and that will change over time as the makeup of businesses and the needs of people visiting those businesses change. But rather than our slavish fixation on the overall quantum of space that is available, thinking more strategically actually and more constructively around how we use that as well as we might, the resource that is available to best serve the various and yes competing needs of our community. So more of this sort of thing as we're going forward, I think we'll get to a better outcome in terms of reaching our various stated strategic objectives. Councillor Wiley, your right of reply. I'll put the motion in parts. Councillor Vandervis, are you comfortable with us taking A and C together and then B separately? I'll do that. Well, I'll move that I'll move A and C. We're adjourning after this, I promise. It's been moved by Councillor Wiley and seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. And B, all those in favour? Those against? No. Thank you. That is agreed. It is 12 o'clock, and I will move that we adjourn the meeting for half an hour. And we'll reconvene at 12:30. Seconded Councillor Gary. There is no lunch provided, so good luck out there, hunter-gatherers. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Any opening remark? Order. It's not a word I need to use often, but welcome back. Any opening comments from you, Mr. West? Questions, councillors? Councillor Vandervis and then Councillor Benson-Pope.
On page 132, levels of service, it talks about the number of dry weather sewage overflows from the system as a measure. Have you considered instead having wet weather overflows, since it's under wet weather because of the stormwater system leakage into the sewage that we have the real problems? So I'm wondering why we even have a dry weather sewage overflow measure when in fact the real issue is overflows under wet weather.
This, if I may, is a DIA measure that we're required to have.
Mandatory.
If we're required to have it under the DIA and they don't make any sense, that's fair enough, I accept that. Can we additionally have a sensible measure, which would be wet weather overflows?
So what I would perhaps say, councillor, is obviously the council's decision on adding new levels of service in. However, we are undertaking a big review of these as part of our strategic framework refresh, and there certainly will be an opportunity at that point to revisit all of these, accepting the mandatory ones, of course.
Okay, going on to page 134, we've got a flooding event issue or measure, which somebody has written to me and has said it's a wee bit like having a measure of the number of houses that burnt down as a measure of what your safety fire warning system should be like. Could we not, for instance, add, if we have to have that, an integrated catchment plan of what was able to be coped with in a rain severity event that happens every decade? For instance, if we have a developer developing any properties, they have to meet and able to cope with rain severity event once every decade. Could we not have a more meaningful integrated catchment management plan which would, rather than recording flooded floors or flooded houses as some kind of measure, actually meet an ability to cope with a severe event?
The response will be the same, and ultimately council can decide to amend or include any of these at this point, but the suggestion of staff is that some changes have been made out of a greater degree of urgency because measures no longer exist, for example, and a more substantive review of these will be done aligned with the strategic framework refresh, and levels of service and all of the the residents' opinion survey and all of the rest of that, which will report back to council in May. I mean, you're welcome to move amendments at this meeting, but that is the proposal of staff in terms of how we deal with levels of service at a more substantive level.
All right, that brings up another question then, and that is on page 129. If we look at the level of service, residents satisfied with parking availability in the central city, we see that the target is for greater than 45%, but that the actual satisfaction level is less than half of that, 20%. What do we do, or what is the point even of having these targets when we don't get near them by a factor of 2?
So all I would say, councillor, is that the intent with the strategic framework refresh is to really look at how we report to council with our measures and ensure that we have a more robust system in place in future, so that we can actually have meaningful measures and actually report back and advise council in a more effective manner how we react and respond to those.
But given that this is a meaningful measure, and given that we have a satisfaction level of 20%, far below what is the target, what is staff doing essentially about the problem,
so I'm
glaringly obvious problem of residents not being satisfied with parking availability in the central city?
I'm unable to answer that for you today, Councillor, given that it's a specific transport question. I'm happy to try and answer that for you in the fullness
Okay, in
of
more
time.
general terms then, if we have, as we have here, a very particular and obvious ROS survey result showing extreme disappointment in what our aims or targets are, what is the process that staff go through to address that?
I'll answer that, Rob. There hadn't been a standard process, and this is, as we've discussed with councillors before, what's being proposed here is part of a plan to put in place some integrated reporting where we look at levels of service, we look at ROS, we look at a refreshed strategic framework and ensure that they're linked up and that we're reporting against them where we're doing well and where we're not, and then what we intend to do to make improvements.
So what is the proposal then going forward for when we're not doing it all well?
The proposal is something we'll come back to councillors in May, which will look at a plan for how we start doing it, and then once that plan is agreed, then we will start to report against that plan.
And it's intended that plan will reflect and take cognizance of particularly outstanding results?
Potentially, I don't want to predetermine what that plan does, but that will be part of the debate for councillors in May.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Worship. I have a question about an item on page 124, public toilets. Could you tell me what two new toilets each year actually means, please?
There we go. Sorry. It was an intention in these levels of service to try and reflect some of the specific projects that the council had put into the draft 10-year plan, such as the building of the new Mosgiel pool and the commitment in the draft 10-year plan to build two toilets per year.
I'll try to express myself more clearly. A toilet is a toilet is a toilet, but is it a toilet is a block of toilets, or two stalls, or is it one? I just don't think two new toilets each year is meaningful.
So I think you're giving a good example of why we need to do some consistent work on these levels of service and to get them really nailed down so that we can actually record them and choose sensible measures moving forward and actually move to a point where we can monitor them effectively.
Okay, so you're going to come back in due course with something that is clear as to what the intention is?
The intention is to try and make it as clear as possible and having councillors be part of that discussion so that we can be clear with our council and our community, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lawfisall.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā koe, Mr West, and also thank you to Ms Boudica for this mahi, especially given Councillor Barker's 34 questions at January 29th. I have a very, very quick minor question, and it's probably for the Chief. It's on page 115. It relates to the Māori impact statement on the summary of considerations. Can you just please, Ms Graham, give a little bit more clarification as to the process of teasing out treaty obligations with the strategic framework?
Just looking to Jeanette, but my recollection of what we're going to do is there'll be a specific report coming in May, which will deal with issues relating to our obligations to Māori.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, a couple of little questions. Page 128, the bus routes, 1 to 5, and there's a time there, 29, 27, 37 minutes. Is that the existing time that they take, or is that the benchmark time that you want them to take less than, or what is that as a matter of interest?
My understanding is that's the target time.
that's fine. And the next page, 129, 4A, the change from the previous financial year in the number of fatalities and serious injury crashes. You've got the number 9 fewer. Is there any intention to record the actual raw numbers? So, because 9 fewer than...
What number is that, Councillor, sorry?
Yeah, so page 129,
Yep.
4A.
Oh, yeah.
It's...
Yeah, I can't answer it specifically, but bearing in mind the work we're going to be doing in the next few months, how we present the data is going to be critical so that we can use it more effectively to manage, targets.
So my
like
question
that.
speaks to that, is it, rather than just the 9, is it's 9 fewer than 10,000 or 9 fewer than 19? This makes quite a difference in terms of the improvement, that's all. Thank you. And one more, over the page 130, 8A, the number of publicly available fast charging stations for EVs in Dunedin is increasing. What about slow charging stations? So these are publicly available slow charging stations, because a great many people with EVs have their own cord. They could plug into a normal 3-pin plug if such a thing was available. So, and...
I think the question's been asked. Councillor, do you have a response?
I mean, I don't have a response to that specifically. I can't answer that question, Councillor, other than to say, again, there's an opportunity coming up where we can review these and make them better. It's an acknowledgement, and I think it's in the report, that this is a best piece of work that we can get to at this point without doing that strategic framework refresh.
I'm just making that suggestion, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can I just clarify with the ROS, is it put out to the people who run, like, for example, the museums, the art gallery, the pool, all so the heads of those organisations, are they asked to look over that? And it's the reason why I'm asking this question is that I was at I won't say what meeting, but I was at a meeting the other day, and the head of that organisation hadn't seen the ROS, and that surprised me because there were figures in there that related.
Councillor, what is the question?
The question is...
Are staff given access to the results of the residents' opinion survey?
That's my question, okay. Yeah.
My understanding is that their staff do have availability of those ROS surveys, but just picking up on the CEO's former comment, the way that we then review them and use them to derive quality improvement is probably inconsistent, and that is part of the work we want to do moving forward, so that we've got more of a consistent, robust process in place, so that when it comes to council you can be assured, and I can answer some of these questions in future, hopefully.
So do you think because of that, perhaps that's why maybe they're not, looking at it at the moment, or?
I can't answer that without knowing.
Okay. Yeah. One more question around the toilets. What's the criteria for prioritising, to get one? Because I'm getting numerous...
Councillor, that's not a question
people,
that is a separate question that we should allow an entire day for discussing, to be honest.
There's a report... So the toilets are part of what we'll be consulting on, and there will be a full report to May where you'll be able to make those decisions using the toilet matrix if you want.
Right, so we'll have a criteria for desperate runners or something. How many?
There's a public toilet decision-making matrix, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I'm just looking at that level of service on page 128 of buses, which is measured by the ORC. I assume it's sitting on our level of service ratings, activities, because we are going to put activities in place that will change those outcomes?
That would be my understanding, yes.
And then I guess when we do put those changes in place, because we've got year 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the readouts, and I'm looking at the Mosgiel to bus hub via Green Island and Fairfield, which is 37 minutes compared to 22 minutes by car, or as I like to say, 5 minutes away from twice as long. When we put in the new systems, there'll be another bus line added there, and it'll be a express. Will that go into this table at that point?
I would like to think that we would have an opportunity whenever we make improvements across services or changes, that it should feed back into the way we measure and report back to council so that they're contemporary and meaningful.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
So is this a living document that we can change, you know, and add or as needed? Is that
So under the Local Government Act, we are obliged, you are obliged as a council to review them every 3 years, but there is no, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is an opportunity if we wish to make changes in the in-between years.
Thank you. So that means that today, if we approve this, it doesn't mean we're set with this. We can alter to improve. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and as per the report, councillor, we intend to do a significant amount of work with yourselves to make sure that we align future levels of service and performance monitoring with our priority strategy.
Brilliant. Thank you.
If I can, and I'll just clarify, we can't change them every other month. So it would be part of an annual plan process if we were to change levels of service?
I'll read from the recommendations. B, notes that staff will work on a process for undertaking a review of levels of service statements and measures to align with the strategic framework refresh work with a report back to council in May 2021 on progress and with a project plan. Hope that satisfies the questions around process. There's no it's been moved and seconded. Speakers? Councillor Manovis?
I'm quite happy to vote for B and C because they recognise that there is going to be a review, and I'm very happy that there is going to be a review, and there's a real need for a review, both because some of these measures and targets are not, I believe, appropriate, and also because when you do get a result, for instance, woefully short of target, as in the case of Central City parking, it seems that nothing really happens. I'm concerned that nothing really happens, particularly in that case, because we have had pretty much the same response to the submissions that were made in the annual plan. The two most submitted on items being rates, and the next one being the Central City development, mainly George Street. There were 200 submissions on rates, calling for, by far the majority of them, a zero rates rise. And in the case of the Central City Plan, there were 172 submissions, the vast majority of them, including all but one of the community boards, saying, please don't do it. We don't want $60 million spent pedestrianising George Street through to the Exchange. This council has steadfastly ignored these submissions, just as we have ignored progressive year-on-year ROS survey issues about Central City parking. What is the point, I ask, of actually having targets and measures and the submission process if the council is not going to recognise the feedback from either ROS or from submitters in its decisions on important issues like rates, like the Central City development, and like parking?
Point of order, Your Worship.
Point of order, Councillor Gary.
The elected member has misrepresented a project, a mention of George Street as pedestrianising project, which is in fact not factual.
We've got better things to do collectively than get into a semantic argument about the transport, but I would, the transport project in question, so I won't uphold the point of order, but I would remind the councillor to focus on the paper at hand rather than relitigating decisions of annual plans past.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can happily vote for recommendations B and C because they promise to actually make potentially some of this work, especially the ROS survey work, feed back into advice from staff. I can't, however, vote to approve the proposed levels of service because many of the measures, I believe, are inappropriate, particularly the dry weather overflows in sewage when in fact it's a wet weather issue. And I look forward to staff coming up with more meaningful and better ways of responding to the feedback that we get through these measures and targets. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question of staff, and it's really about the implications of this. So were council to be persuaded by Councillor Vandervis's arguments and to vote to not approve the proposed levels of service, what implications would that have for the 10-year plan process?
We need to have levels of service as part of the process, and so the status quo would remain unless council chose alternative levels of service.
They would effectively, the existing ones would roll over regardless of how out of date they might be.
We would have to have something. We're required to have levels of service as part of the long-term plan process.
Right, thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. You'll notice that I didn't ask any questions. My 34 questions from last time were well addressed. I was very concerned at the time about these changes around, or the proposed changes in the last meeting around some of the levels of services. As someone who's an economist, I guess, and a business person, measuring is really important because this is what we're promising our community. So I'm really pleased that this report's come back in this form. The levels of service are vital. There are promises made to our community on what we're going to deliver for their rates investment. It's important as governance that we look at our strategies, that we're measuring them, we're monitoring them, we're looking at trends and longevity of data. That's why I was concerned about changing any of the measurements in the interim. I really welcome the alignment with our strategies and then looking at our levels of service. I brought up in December around our, what are they called, satisfaction measures that were kind of all over the place. Some had 60% target in roading, 95% for community development, 50% for economic development. So there are a lot of messy measures. So we do want to improve. When we look at our annual report, we'd only met 45% of those levels of service, and that's really concerning, including our own councillor one, where the satisfaction rating was 38%. So these measures are useful for giving us feedback on what our community wants. We certainly don't want to put the cart before the horse, sorry, and change them too much in the interim. I'm really looking forward to our discussion in May. One of my concerns is how many reports we have coming back to us in May and the workload that this is going to get. But this is the really important stuff. This is the stuff that we are promising our community to deliver on. So I welcome them as soon as we can get them.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, well spoken, Councillor Barker. I think you've raised some really good points, and that's what I was thinking too, reading through this. I will support this, and the reason I'm supporting it is that I think the information in the ROS survey is really important, but well, for the reasons, I feel like I'm repeating all of Councillor Barker's reasons because they're all correct, but is that it's a good indicator to us as governance, what's working well, what isn't, and it's also, members of the public have bothered to do the survey and have taken that time. My concern is, same as Councillor Vandervis, is that what are we doing with that information? Because as I mentioned in questions, I was quite surprised that people who are running some of these large organisations that are part of our portfolio, hadn't even looked at that data, and they directly related to the people that are coming in their door. So I do hope that by approving this, it means that we actively look at addressing it, and particularly the areas where we're really low, like parking and other areas as well, that we look of ways of improving that. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, Like Councillor Vandervis, I can support B and C on this proposal, but I can also support A because I think, as we've heard, there's a full intention to align the outcomes of ROS with the levels of service and provide, an ever-increasing level of service to the community. And also we need to have something going into the long-term plan for people to submit on. There are already plenty of questions included in the consultation document. So I think with the benefit of community feedback and input into the long-term plan, we'll be in a better position to consider further changes to the levels of service in the future from May and thereafter. So it's good. And I applaud the staff for the work that they have done to get it to this stage.
You, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks as ever to the staff for all your mahi on this. I certainly support all the three recommendations there. Although I do have to just point out that I personally am astounded that one councillor in particular can turn a debate around level of service statements into a Trump-like repetition around perceived parking problems. So I'd just like to say it would be much appreciated by this councillor in particular if integrated transport issues are discussed at the appropriate time when the appropriate paper is in front of us. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley. Councillor O'Malley.
Sorry, Your Worship. The level of service metrics are measurements made to enable us to assess if we are achieving our strategic aims. And they help us understand whether the activities that feed into these metrics are in fact are helping us achieve what we're trying to do. Now, I would also remind everybody that not all of these are resident opinion survey results. Some of them are just straight out measurements of functionality. But the resident opinion survey itself has many outputs, and not all of them can be considered in isolation. In fact, some of them are they actually counter each other out. And I'm thinking back to the transport section of the Ross survey where the third or fourth, I can't remember which order it is, but one is that the people are upset about the conditions of the road, and then the other one is they're upset at the amount of roadworks we're doing. So the point would be that if you take a resident opinion survey and you put it on the table all by itself, you haven't got it in the context of everything else that's going on. So the level of service metrics should be considered in their totality and only in that perspective. Now, and you should always bring forward things that are a long way away from what you wanted and ask yourself, why did you get that answer? But until you've considered that carefully, you may not come to the correct conclusions as to why that answer sits where it does. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
I applaud the work on this. I too had a few questions about the levels of service and wanted to change a few things, but in fact I think the best way this works is actually to look at our policies, our strategic frameworks and that strategic refresh so that they actually align with our policies and our strategies, so they drop down and they're measured through reporting. And I just want to commend the council for a lot of the work they've done, which is about work programs, future work programs and completed actions, and some of these will drop down into those. So what it will mean is that in fact there's alignment across our strategies, our actions, our work programs, and our levels of service relate to that. So it's an integrated and cohesive strategy that reflects the strategies and policies of the City Council, and those reviews will help that. So great for the work that you've done and looking forward to the outcomes of that. So yes, I can fully support this, and thanks for the work done.
Further speakers? Well, in reply, it seems from the speakers that have made themselves known that we have fairly broad agreement as to where we're at with this piece of work, and that we've made some progress. There is a plan in place for staff to continue that work to better align what our strategic objectives are and how we measure those and report back to us. which doesn't seem wildly controversial, and the comments that have been made around the table would support that, and that is encouraging. But what we're being asked to do today is approve the levels of service statements and then further noting the subsequent work. And I can't see there's any other justification other than objection for its own sake to suggest that because it's not perfect yet, we should vote against approving the levels of service statements and go back to an even less perfect status quo. Because that is what Councillor Vandervis has asked us to do by suggesting that he is going to vote against...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vandervis.
I have not, I insist, not asked us to do as you have just claimed. I have pointed out that many of the levels of service don't reflect what they should. I have shown that we have been...
So what is the point of order?
The point of order is that you have misrepresented entirely what I have said.
That's fine. I'll hand it over to the...
Thank you, Your Worship. So, would you like to restate your point of order, please?
My point of order is that in naming me and claiming what he has regarding what I have said regarding level of service is simply not what I have said. I would need to refer to the video to get the exact words.
I'm going to take a minute's adjournment to take advice.
To move it.
Move that. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Walker. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. It was in fact the staff who referred to reverting to the point, to the status quo, so I am going to uphold the point of order.
That's fine, I'll withdraw and apologise, Councillor Vandervis. The implications, as we've been informed by staff, of following the Councillor Vandervis's argument to vote against approving the levels of service statements is that the status quo would prevail. And so the implication of voting against A, as advised by staff, is that we would go from what we have all collectively agreed is not a perfect outcome to something that is less perfect still, referring as it does to measures in some cases that no longer exist. And I can't see how that is a better outcome for the community that we are reporting to, and I can't endorse that approach of going backwards on the basis that we're not at a destination yet. And I'll put the motion in parts. We'll take A first. Councillor, are you comfortable with B and C being taken together? I'll take A. All those in favour?
Division, please.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Elder. Councillor Gary.
Yes.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley. Councillor Raddick. Councillor Staines. Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley. Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. And I'll take B and C together. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Item 12, approval to grant an electricity easement to Aurora Energy Limited over part of the Dunedin Town Belt Recreation Reserve Botanic Garden. A flurry of activity. But give them the chance, please, to at least make it all the way to the lectern. It is quite the acronym. Questions? You're happy to take the paper as read? Thank you. Questions? No? I lost in that flurry of interest. Who was moved? Councillor Vandervis, seconded Councillor Lord. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Councillor O'Malley.
It's not to this, but it is to this behaviour we have of moving these very fast. I got caught up in the flurry at the Infrastructure Committee, and I just caution us that we probably might get a little bit quick on some of these at times. Thank you.
Noted. I'll try not to get caught up. Further speakers? Councillor Vandevers, your right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Item 13, which is on page 172 of your papers. Dunedin City Council's letter of expectation for Dunedin City Holdings Limited and Group. Mr. Logie, welcome. Ms. Graham, as required. Anything from either of you? No? Questions? Councillor Barker, don't be shy.
I'm just trying to think how to phrase it.
I see. I can see if there are others if you want time to think about it.
Has anyone else got a question?
Any other questions?
Okay.
Afraid not, sorry.
Okay, so when I look at the 2019 letter, which is letter of expectation, which is quite prescriptive and has how many? 31 points in it, and then I look at this letter, which is what? Couple of pages and some key points there. I've tried to marry up all the things in here to make sure that they're here. I just wonder why it's been simplified so much, and is everything that was in the 2019 letter pretty much in the 2020 letter?
We did the marrying exercise, and everything that is in the longer one is in the shorter, less prescriptive one. So the change in approach is just a more plain English, straightforward way of doing it in a slightly less prescriptive way. But we are confident that all the same matters are covered.
I had a question about there was ensure appropriate risk management structures are in place, and I've got a question here, why changed from and reported to audit and risk? Because it feels like there's a lot of assumption that this is going to be carried out as in per last letter.
So just in the working with the DCC, it talks about a 2-monthly update to the DCC Audit and Risk Subcommittee.
Okay. And then the observe the no surprises policy. So that was quite a lot clearer in the old letter, but in this it's like, what is the actual no surprises policy? Is that a written policy, or is it just like
it's that management,
generally understood policy?
The generally understood thing that, there should be no surprises, but there is no formal policy.
My other question was around the focus for the 2022 financial year, when we've got around the carbon footprint and emission targets, etc., etc. And I just wonder whether we're addressing the waste minimisation plan in that as well, or we go through, because I know that Councillor Walker and I are particularly interested in, I think it's Dunedin venues and their waste management policy. So will we address that more in the statement of intent process? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I just wondered if I could take the time. In the draft, it says continue to work with DCC on progress towards adopting living wage policies, and I'm just. I know we've done it in this business and this inside the DCC, and I'm happy to say it again. I don't believe it's cost neutral. It does come at a cost. I'm just wondering if we have done any work that works out the cost of sending our companies into a living wage situation and what implication that would have on our dividends.
Maybe I can answer that one. So what would happen is that as they work through the process of adopting the living wage, they would come to us with the cost of that. So for each part of the entity, but my understanding is the majority of the entities are now living wage. The only one that wouldn't be in aspects of the operation would be Delta, and again they're working towards that.
As long as you only consider their direct employees, there'll be plenty of contractors, thinking of the venues company in particular, that won't be. Yeah. Councillor... Oh, I'm aware, sorry, I was just checking to make sure that you were done. Councillor Lord. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. If there's no surprises policy, Is it possible, can we amend that to make one? Because it's just that if there was something that came up in one of the DCHL companies that was big and it went out to everyone, we're on a back, you know, as councillors, we're on a back foot if we don't know about it before it's announced. And it just makes us all look a bit silly. So, and it would be good to get a briefing prior so we know what's happening. Is that a fair comment? I mean, I think no surprises is quite important in roles like this.
Who are you asking the question of?
Anyone who's answering. Who can answer? I don't know.
Is it not in the letter of expectation?
Well, it was just
You want
that,
it formalised as a separate policy, is that the question?
our CEO, because the question came up prior when Councillor Barker asked
Yeah,
about
that's fine.
it.
I understand the
Yeah,
question.
but my
Councillor, so what the question for staff is, what would the difference be in practice between what is written here in the letter of expectation and some standalone, separate written policy that addressed that?
It does say in here, observe the no surprises policy. It's just policy is probably the wrong word. It's just
right.
Observe a practice of no surprises.
So where it said, where that was mentioned before that there is no surprises policy, is that is the expectation though that will be followed? Like, do we need to put it, make it...
That is the expectation, yes. It is a letter of expectation.
In here.
Okay, and you feel that it's indicated strongly enough that there shouldn't be any confusion over what we need?
It doesn't appear to be much confusion between the related parties at the moment of what it means in practice.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Barker.
My question's around, what is it, page 180, where it has keep the shareholder informed of matters of substance affecting the companies. This is in the 2019 letter, and that an acquisition/disposal of an asset greater than $5 million requires approval from the ultimate shareholder. And then it goes on to define some of that. I can't really find it in the letter of expectation. I know that there was something last year where that was flagged and we had to make a decision on it. I can't see it in the letter of expectation now.
I would probably just have to... Is that covered in any delegations, Sandy? So I can't... Yeah.
The other documents, I'd have to check which one.
What we're saying is it's covered in another document. We think, but we will follow that up
Yes,
and make sure.
I guess I'm not speaking on behalf of councillors, I'm speaking asking on behalf of myself. Just the letter of expectation seems a really clear way of understanding this, and then when you're getting into a whole lot more documentation, is it easier to understand? I guess I can put that out to councillors here.
Councillor O'Malley.
I'm just wondering, with the exception of City Forest and Aurora, if that would actually come under the major transactions law of the Companies Act anyway, 50% of assets. That $5 million thing. In other words, it's not in letter of expectation, it may be covered under statute.
Thank you. I think the question really is trying to seek clarity of where it sits so that people are aware of it, and
we'll follow up and find out where that sits.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Gary.
At the risk of belabouring the point, asking the question, wondering whether on page 181, the previous way it's described, item 20, the no surprises, I think those of us who've been around for a while have understood it for a while, but uses the word basis, if you just wanted to alter one word. I wonder if that might be useful to clarify. I particularly like that description. I think it's helpful, and it just maybe is for those newer councillors that might be helpful to spell it out.
If we want to change it, we need to change it here, so bear that in mind.
That's why I'm raising it.
Yeah, thank you. Further questions? Councillor Benson Pope? Happy to move the recommendations? Yeah, the letter of expectation, that's fine. Is there a... Oh, happy to take questions, but that's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what Councillor Gary's change was. So in the draft, it says observe the no surprises policy. I mean, that to me is very clear, and I'm just trying to...
I was just trying to be...
Oh, okay.
It's whether you use...
Basis. Yeah. Thank you. Understood.
Councillor Benson Pope, seconded Councillor Hall. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Speakers? Councillor Van Evers.
I note that with the proposed letter of expectation, the first bullet point says, provide a sustainable dividend. This hasn't happened for 3 years. We're into our 4th year of it not happening now, and I don't see any likelihood of it happening in the foreseeable future. These letters of expectation, if they are to have any meaning or use at all, I believe need to be responded to by DCHL and by the companies.
Point of order, Councillor Benson Pope.
I'm looking at those bullet points. The member has misrepresented the first 2 bullet points. He didn't. He stopped at the colon. There's a clear and or. I think he needs to just correct that, please.
Does seem to have been edited in your remarks, Councillor.
Sorry?
It does appear to be edited in your remarks by stopping at the semicolon.
If I refer to the first bullet point, and I have referred to it, why then should I carry on to bullet points number 2 and number 3? Since they are and or.
Fine. It's I'm not
Fine is not an appropriate response, sir. I have referred correctly to bullet point number 1.
Councillor.
The fact that there are other ones is irrelevant. Point of order.
If you're going to stop talking long enough to let me rule in your favour, I will.
Thank you.
But I do need the opportunity to be able to do that, Councillor. So I'd appreciate it if you showed a little more decorum in that setting. I'm not going to uphold the point of order, but the Councillor is free to continue to take things from here in the context in which he sees fit.
Thank you. So having identified bullet point number 1 and recognising, for Councillor Benson Pope's benefit, that there are other following bullet points being and or, I would like to highlight the fact that having a letter of expectation, the first bullet point of which has not been met for many years and is not likely to, makes something of a mockery of having letters of expectation. I note also in the letter of expectation that it's DCHL's job to keep shareholders informed. And I wonder, especially in the case of Aurora, whether we have been adequately informed of the continuing succession of unplanned outages which saw Aurora having to pay a $5 million fine to the Commerce Commission last year because of constantly interrupted supplies. I noticed that even in the last month there have been extraordinary continuation of unplanned outages, and in the case of Roxburgh, a planned outage which expensively did not happen, and Aurora still did not advise. Commercial outfits and residents in Roxburgh went to the trouble and expense of changing their staff rosters, of bringing in generators for a planned outage which didn't happen. And it wasn't just that it didn't happen, Aurora never told them that it wasn't happening. We have, in the case of the role of DCHL and the DCHL group, it seems an inability to get any change in the essentially incompetent behaviour of Aurora in advising people of outages, and consequently in the fining of our companies to the tune of millions of dollars, which doesn't seem to have changed at all. The council owns the DCHL group of companies. We are supposedly a council controlling body for the companies, and yet these companies, and I'm speaking particularly of Aurora, but Delta as well, seem to just carry on year after year, creating more debt, delivering unacceptable levels of service as highlighted by the Commerce Commission's decisions, and our letter of expectation seems simply to have no effect whatsoever. So whereas I applaud the idea that we expect to have a provision of a sustainable dividend, the fact that we haven't had one for years and we're not likely to get one makes something of a mockery of this process altogether. That leaves me in the quandary of basically not knowing whether I really want to vote for this motion at all, given that the recommendation is that we consider the draft letter of expectation. I think I can vote for that because I certainly have considered it. Hopefully, B, providing feedback to the letter's content prior to finalisation. Hopefully some of the statements and issues that have been raised here will be going back to DCHL as feedback. And of course I'm quite happy for the author to sign a letter of expectation on behalf of the Council, recognising, however, that this letter of expectation and previous ones don't seem to have made a jot of difference regarding the real bottom line, which is sustainable dividends. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, there's a degree of conflation of various issues in those remarks, and the penalties that were imposed by the Commerce Commission for breaches in safety limits, as the councillor has been told on many occasions, are as much to do with outages required for the repair and maintenance of the network to catch up on the deferred maintenance that the same councillor has often and quite rightly complained of. So I don't think conflating all of those things is necessarily that helpful in talking about the situation that we're currently in. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some of my concerns, I guess, are around our CCOs and the history of such, including the Larson Report 2016, which certainly shook up the governance there. And I do wonder whether we need to keep a sharper eye, I guess we might say, on what our expectations are around what our CCOs are delivering. And I look at what Auckland are doing. They have a CCO governance manual. When I was asking about the no surprises policy, I was somewhat concerned around what that actually meant, and Auckland certainly has that a little bit more in detail. And I also note that there's a Auditor General's report, and it mentions a best case, which is around the Bay of Plenty, and they have a CCO governance manual as well, with an enduring statement of expectations, which I actually think might be quite useful as an overall document when we're going through this. And it also talks about that the letters of expectations were certainly provides direction on issues that are important to the Council, which we've talked about, but also provides specific performance measures that the Council will use to assess the performance of the CCO. And as a new councillor, it is sometimes a little confusing to see the letters of expectation, the statement of intent, etc., and it would be good for us, I think, as a group to clarify exactly what those mean, because we do need good performance from our CCOs, and we do need to state exactly what we want from them. And I am concerned about the move away from being quite prescriptive, I guess, to being a little less. So I hope we can review that through our Finance and CCO Committee.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. Just as ever, I want to thank the staff who have worked on this, and I support the recommendations. I just want to go back earlier to comments that a councillor made around the living wage. And Councillor Lord is absolutely correct that the living wage policy does cost. But the cost, unfortunately, to families living on the edge, not being paid a living wage, has far, far greater consequences if they are struggling to fulfil their day-to-day needs. And dare I mention, the costs to society in general are far, far greater if we don't look to pay people a fair day's wage. Therefore, I fully support us desiring that all of our DCHL companies endeavour to pay each and every one of their employees a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raddick.
Thank you. I have to confess to being pleasantly surprised when I read read the new letter of expectation on the weekend, looking through the council papers, and I really applaud the effort the staff have done, put in to refine the previous document to something more concise and as simple as possible. And I really, enjoyed that, because I think the more simple and the more accessible we can make the documentation, the better off we'll all be. I also think that Councillor Barker's concerns might be contained within the ensure best practice governance for all companies, and we can further define what that is, even though it's outside the core document with the $5 million sale, and we could change that as it suits to define what we call best practice. And similarly, Councillor Vandevos's concerns are contained within the cognizant of political context in which they operate, and recognise that council is accountable to the community for DCHL group companies' performance. And further to that, I think the DCHL directors and people working within those companies, I think the people around this council chamber and the public of Dunedin are well served by having a diversity of opinion sitting at this table and subjecting such things and these companies to intensive scrutiny. And I think that scrutiny and diversity of opinion, as our various eyes as elected members look at that, is to be welcomed by the public at large and everyone, because I think it's a very dangerous thing to have a whole lot of people of the same point of view and singing from the same song sheet as some of the members around the table appear to want. So thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Yep. Look, I have no doubt Councillor Walker has a view that I don't want to pay the living wage. That's not what I said at all. I just want the council members around this table to realise that we cannot expect the same dividends and put a handicap on our companies. But speaking to the dividend, Councillor Vandevos says there's been no dividend paid to the city for a number of years, and it may be some years before that's to be seen again. But I think what does need to be noted is DCHL hold the debt of the stadium, and that is going down, and that is partially paid each year. And they also incurred a debt over previous councils prior to 2013, where money was borrowed by DCHL and paid as dividends, and it's well recorded, paid to this council and used prior to that time, and that incurred a debt in DCHL's books, which is also going down. It's gone down quite significantly over the last few years. So, and I noted in the briefing that we had a week ago or 10 days ago from DCHL, there was talk of, Delta paying a $2 million dividend, I believe. I better not say that just in case the figure's quite wrong, but it was something like that. And we've also seen dividends from City Forests and other companies. So I just think it's not all bad news, and the stadium debt is going down.
Councillor Benson-Pope, you're right to reply.
Sorry, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vandevos.
The claim that DCHL hold the debt of the stadium is not actually correct. It holds some of the debt. I understand at least 30 million of it is on the DCC books. And the claim that City Forests have contributed a dividend, I don't believe is accurate either, because that dividend has basically been soaked up by Aurora, so that the ratepayers and the council in particular haven't actually had the benefit of that dividend. The trees are being cut down essentially to subsidise Aurora.
Councillor, you're raising a point of order. You're not speaking again.
Okay.
You win one, you lose one. I'll give you the point about debt, but I won't uphold your point about City Forests.
You think we've had a dividend from City Forests?
From the company over the years, yes. City Forests have returned dividends to the group.
To the group, but not to us. Thank you.
Councillor Lord. Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we all agree that the content of the letter of expectation in the draft is quite unequivocal and clear. And not only states what we expect to happen across the whole group, but also gives us every capacity to ensure that that is exactly what happens. If there's any criticism of past actions, then it's as much criticism of people around this table who don't take advantage of the briefings that we have on a quarterly or more frequent basis to ensure that our expectations are met. And so I don't think there's anything productive in relitigating fantasies, imagined or real, from the past, and I think the simplification of the document is helpful to all concerned. The challenge now is for all of us to make sure that those expectations are met, which is equally a challenge for the directors of DCHL.
Thank you. I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Item 14 has been moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Malley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Elder?
Yes, thank you. I sent through to you some information related to these motions, and first of all I want to speak to...
oh, my apologies. You want to amend it?
Yes, I just want to, having talked to a fellow councillor, I want to put an amendment into the second motion.
Well, first of all, what I'll do is seek, which can be done, I understand, with leave of the meeting.
Only once it hasn't been seconded.
Well, we can. My apologies. I'll seek leave of the meeting to.
Sorry.
What can we? To withdraw the seconding of the motion.
I'd like to withdraw the seconding of the motion because
I'll seek leave of the meeting to do that in a procedural sense. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. My understanding is that it can be amended under standing orders in advance of it being seconded, which it hasn't been. My apologies. And the amendment proposed is reasonably simple, to include the Minister for Social Development in your list of targets and
Yes. So it writes to the Minister of Housing, Dr. Megan Woods, and the Minister of Social Development, Carmel Cipollone.
That's it, and I'm
That's
assuming
the
you're
amendment.
comfortable to second it. That's been moved and seconded. Councillor Elder, the floor is yours.
The reason I wanted to put forward these motions is that as a city we have a huge commitment to social housing, and over the years we have committed to this to the point that we have 940 elder housing units for those in need. Presently we are investing a lot of money in our public housing so they reach a high healthy home standard, and this requires a considerable investment. To make our houses affordable, we charge break-even rents, which is fantastic. So our rents are like $118 for a bed sit, $120 to $125 for a single unit, $163 to $179 for a double, and $288 for 2 bedrooms. But since 2005...
Sorry, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vanavis.
The councillor said that we charge break-even rents.
Yeah, I also noticed that. I'll
we used
the point
to.
Of order. That is certainly the policy, but it certainly hasn't been practiced in recent years. So
But it used to be for a very long time, and I accept that, and that the statement was probably made in good faith. But I think the real issue is that we no longer have break-even rents.
No, we don't. No, we don't. And that's my point. Sorry about that. I didn't word it right. Because of our intention to have break-even rents, we are actually have been losing money on our council housing stock since 2005. Now, we're committed to retrofitting, rebuilding and growing our housing stock to look after our people. And in 2014, the government changed the settings to enable income-related rents for social housing for Housing New Zealand and registered housing providers. So that what this would mean is that what happens with income-related rents is someone's income is assessed, and then 25% of their income is paid as rent, but the government also assesses market rentals and pays the difference to the housing provider, which then enables that housing provider to reinvest and grow the housing portfolio in their area. So my proposal in the first instance is that we request a staff report on the options that could enable Dunedin City Council tenants to access the income-related rent subsidy. And both Christchurch and Auckland have investigated that and come up with some options. I don't know what those options would be for us. It's just really about reporting what those options could be. My second motion is to write a letter to the Minister of Housing, Dr. Megan Woods, and the Minister of Social Development, Carmen Cipollone, for a review of the income-related rent subsidy. And in our housing task force, Action 3.6 indicates that we would want to do that in saying that income-related rents and accommodation supplement review. And I just looked through the paper the other day, and here's some headlines that are out there. Rent increases demanded for Palmerston North City Council flats. Discussed at Christmas rent hike in Gisborne. I went crook. Rent rise means hardship for tenants. Invercargill. Rent hike. How's a poor old pensioner meant to make do? Clutha. Wellington City Council tenants are petitioning the Minister for Housing to extend the income-related rent subsidy to all Wellington City Council tenants. Christchurch. New Zealand's two-tiered social housing system is a massive inequity for Christchurch City Council tenant. So the tenants around New Zealand are asking for a review of the income-related rent subsidy and the accommodation supplement so that public housing that is provided by city councils would be eligible. The reason being that, one, their rents would be lower, but two, that we as a city could reinvest that money into creating more housing and enable more people to have affordable, warm, dry housing. So that's my motion. That's why I've put the motions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this motion to us, Councillor Arder. Can I clarify, so if this was approved and the government said yes, that councils could, assume that it'd set a precedent for all councils throughout New Zealand, would it?
Councillor, we're in debate, so you can speak to the motion and the mover will have the opportunity to respond in their right of reply.
Oh, okay, so we haven't got any question time?
No, because there isn't a staff report to ask questions.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. So I have got something to say about this. I will be supporting this motion, and I thank Councillor Elder for bringing it. I think it's long overdue. I think if we have able to, as I understand it, with this, if it went ahead, we could charge market rents, but that the government would subsidise then the difference, so that the our tenants, who are people who are on probably sort of more low income, would not suffer because of this, but our city would benefit. And I think that's important. It also looks better when we're trying to encourage more social housing in the city as well, if we're able to do that. Also, at the moment, our social housing is losing money and it adds to our debt. So I think anything that can knock down the debt to our ratepayers in the city is a good thing. Thank you so much.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, community housing is what we're offering, I believe. Is it? The reason I'm supporting this is the staff reporter on the top, because it will basically give us a more informed and clear understanding of what it is we're asking of central government. But I am also inclined to want to ask directly of central government, because when the laws came out around this, council housing was exclusively excluded. And really it's the answer of that. Why are we excluded? The rest flows on from that question. So really I'm quite happy to keep the question, from my perspective, confined just to that one answer. Why are council providers not allowed on the list of all the other providers? Yep.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you for Councillor Elder for bringing this up. I do support it. I support the staff report on the options for the models of delivering the community housing. I also thank Councillor Elder for sending through the examples of Auckland City Council and Christchurch City Council. They were most enlightening. Thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I certainly support the motion. I think it addresses the inequity between city councils, public authorities and private sector charitable organisations that provide social housing. So it's only fair on our ratepayers, our residents, that we similarly tap into the government benefits that they provide in this area. So I look forward to a constructive report on the matter.
Councillor Wiley.
I will be supporting this also. And I think, you know, it's already been canvassed around the table with some of the previous speakers that it is a request of staff report on options, and I think that's the important part. But I also know how much work Councillor Elder has done in presenting this to the table and the engagement she's had with senior staff to make sure she's got a motion here that really meets the expectations of what can be delivered on, but also heads in the right direction. So I would also thank staff that have assisted her and to make sure that we've got a motion here that really does work, and I just hope we get the right outcomes down the line for all our residents.
Thank you. A lot of discussion from the mover and others has focused on the income-related rents subsidy and our tenants' ability to access that or not. And I certainly support changing the funding model at a central government level to allow our tenants to access, and therefore us by extension, the income-related rent subsidy. The reason I support that is that it is already council policy to do that. That is something that is one of the more concrete points under the Housing Action Plan, is that we want our tenants to be able to access the income-related rents subsidy. So I wonder of the value of restating that. I've got no issue with B in terms of sending off a letter to a couple of cabinet ministers reminding them of what our position is. But I would remind members that the Housing Action Plan is currently being reviewed. We've had an update recently that has told us that. Coming back in June will be a more holistic look at all of the things that we've said that we wanted to do, and a piece of work being done by staff looking at where our priorities might be in addressing the various forms of housing need in the city. And they are complex and intrinsically linked to each other, and my nervousness around this is setting off on one particular track in a vacuum when the work is already being done to bring all of those different strands together. But mostly my concern around A is that because currently there is no option at present that would enable Dunedin City Council tenants to access the income-related rent subsidy, that doesn't require us to sell off or transfer the ownership of our community housing portfolio. That is the existing situation. So, if we're looking for a report from staff on options that would enable City Council tenants to access the income-related rent subsidy, all of those options will require the sell-down or transfer of Council's community housing portfolio as it currently stands under the rules, and I cannot support that because I think we need to maintain a direct, and we've just had a conversation about what arm's length organisations mean in terms of accountability and holding people to account, and I think that's far too great a risk for our community housing tenants. Further to that, I can't think of a single thing strategically that would undermine our argument in trying to push for those tenants to access the income-related rent subsidy than actively exploring options that would take it off our books and therefore wouldn't be able to make the case for change for close to 1,000 units. Our real leverage, I think, in trying to push government in the direction that we know it needs to, and we've decided that we want it to is that we have all of these affected tenants, and if we make them someone else's problem by transferring that portfolio to a community housing provider or others, I think, or even entertaining that by way of exploring those options, I think you lose your strategic leverage in trying to make that change and make that case. So I have no issue with B in writing a letter restating our existing policy. I think A, risks weakening our current position and our current policy, and more broadly, it risks sending staff on down a very discrete channel looking at housing policy when the broader picture is currently being done. It will be informed by feedback that we've specifically asked for from our community through the 10-year plan, and that is how we should go about developing and implementing our policies and objectives in as strategic and interrelated way as possible. And I don't know if this, I 100% support the intention of this. I just don't know if this as drafted is going to get us to where we need to go, and even were this to fail, I'm confident that the work that is currently being done that would report back to us in June would canvass these very issues in the wider context of housing need in the community. Councillor Vandervis.
I agree entirely with what Your Worship has just said regarding A and B and the positive intentions behind both. As Your Worship has said, I can happily vote for B as well. For A, I'm a little disappointed that we haven't seen any evidence of any viable options from Christchurch or Auckland. I agree and believe that in fact there are no options available to us while we insist on holding ownership of the rental social housing. So therefore, happy to vote for B, but don't see any real point in involving a lot of staff time in reporting on options that would involve the sale or the transfer to a trust of housing, which I don't believe anyone here really wants to see. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Vandervis and Your Worship. I thought for the second time today I was going to be out on a limb. And thank you to the mover as well. I mean, while I appreciate the sentiments and the desire of your words and your motion, Councillor Elder, and I actually do pat you on the back for your obvious desire around this. And of course, I don't think anyone around this table would deny that we don't all have a commitment to social housing and a desire to do the best we can for a demographic that we know is much in need. But I guess, however, as the Mayor has stated, ironically, Part A is already covered, from what I can understand and what I've read, is already covered off as part of council policy. So I guess, like Councillor Vandervis and His Worship, I am more than happy to support B, but it just seems inappropriate to support something that is already council policy. So I certainly can't support Part A.
Further speakers? No further speakers. I'm a terrible auctioneer. Oh, sorry, Councillor Benson Pope. I missed your sharp intake of breath.
Another procedural question, if I may.
Uh-huh.
Can you rule on whether a notice of motion can be split and taken in separate parts? I think it can. I can't see
It's
that
nodding
in standard
furiously
orders.
coming from the
That's
governance.
going to be a ruling, is it?
With respect to any motion can be split and put, yep, separately.
Well, I'm looking at 26.4, and I can't imagine, if you're reading that extensively, that you could alter the notice of motion once it's been moved and seconded.
My advice would be you're not altering it, you're simply putting it in parts as per the putting of motions in
That
parts.
would be a very cute argument, Chair.
The the advice from staff is that you're
The advice is that, yeah, the motion can be split, put in parts.
Councillor Elder, your right of reply.
And I'm quite happy for it to, as the mover, be taken in
Just
parts.
ask now a procedural question.
Oh, sorry, yes.
If the motion gets split, and when you spoke, you were effectively speaking just to the second half and have not spoken, or don't feel you've spoken to the first half, do you, in other words, the status of the debate has changed since you spoke? Is there an opportunity to speak again?
No.
Oh, people have spoken as they have felt moved to parts A and B. Nothing has substantively changed since it was amended. And there's a question of interpretation, it would seem, around whether taking individual clauses of a motion separately is appropriate or not. But I'm comfortable enough to do that. Apologies, Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Elder, your right of reply.
Be moved separately as well as the mover. The reason I wanted option A was really a request on a report of the options. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we would choose those options. All we're doing is exploring the options that are available that we can see around New Zealand, and then we can make a decision. The option B, writing a letter to the Minister of Housing, Megan Woods, and the Minister of Social Development and Employment, Carmel Cipollone, requesting a review of the income-related rent subsidy, is a huge move across New Zealand. It's not just in Dunedin. The Wellington tenants for the city housing have got a petition out. Housing Aotearoa is asking the government, Housing Aotearoa is asking the government for this very change to enable social housing providers, and councils were excluded in this. We are a public housing provider. We provide affordable housing to people over 65 and some under 65 according to their disability. We are a public housing provider. We are a social housing provider, and why we would be excluded in the income-related rent subsidy, I do not know, because in fact the income-related rent subsidy would mean that our tenants would pay a rent according to their income, and that would be around 25%. But under this mechanism, under the income-related rent subsidy, we would get paid the difference between the market rent and the rental that person paid. Right now, we're in a housing crisis. Rents are going up and there's a shortage of supply. Why would not the government change the settings on this to enable councils to provide more housing, healthier housing and more affordable housing for the people in their cities? And that is why I am putting this motion.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, the age criteria is 55 and over for our portfolio, not 65 and over. I'll take them individually and I'll take them by division. Well, the first one at least, anyway.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall. No. Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lefiso. No. Councillor Lord. No. Councillor O'Malley. Aye. Councillor Raddick. Aye. Councillor Staines. Aye. Councillor Vandervis.
Sorry, I got distracted.
The vote. Oh dear, we're on 1A.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope, could you just, what was your vote?
My vote was no.
Thank you.
Motion lost 9-6.
Thank you. And part B, I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the public part of the meeting. I'll move that we move into non-public for the reasons outlined on the order paper and adjourn briefly to evict the media presence. Second, Councillor Vanivers. 5 minutes. Well, hopefully it can be done in that time. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you.